Hello, explorers, and welcome back to the Feywilds. I welcome myself back to the Feywilds. Man, just oof. Hope everyone's doing good. Hello, Reggie. Hello, Komodo. Hello, Caden. Hello, Ifany. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate. Hi, Kitsiri. I'm glad to see you haven't lost any of your sass in the time I've been gone. Welcome to more Tales of the Apocrypha. Right before I yeet myself back into the Feywilds for another week. And I think so something did happen in between last session and this session. There was something that did happen, but that'll get recapped, so don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Okay, with that, let's go say hi to everybody. As soon as I find the button, there it is. Hello.
Hello.
Legasp.
Hey.
How's everyone doing? Welcome. Oh.
Doing good. How are you?
Already, Renard, I can tell you need to refresh.
Oh, yeah, somebody is gone.
I don't exist.
Oh, no, you're there. There you go. You're right there.
What do you mean?
Nope, no existence.
Baby.
The king over here.
Anywho, hello. Welcome everyone to another session of Tales of the Apocrypha. I am your Dungeon Master Star Ion. Joining us tonight is our entire crew of everyone. Yay!
Yay!
Starting relatively on time. In no particular order, we have Rana playing as Arca, the Aarakocra Barbarian.
Hi.
We've got Yai playing as Yulia, the Tiefling Bard.
Hello. Good evening.
We have Renard playing Taffy, the Clown Tabaxi Rogue.
I have a lollipop.
We've got Anna playing as Tove, the human cleric.
Hello.
We have Eliza playing Yavari, the tiefling wizard. If Eliza's alive, I know they're there somewhere.
No,
there she goes.
There she go.
And then we've got Baby King Narcellis, played by Bela. Yeah, baby with a crown.
Problem.
I see that, yes. And I play as Runarian, our Wood Elf Paladin. Yai is Baby with a gun.
Baby with a gun.
Yeah.
Baby with a gun. Already off to such a chaotic start.
As you do. Listen, it's like required. It's required.
Yeah.
I gave you the option of crayons. It's like you took me to Macaroni Grill and gave me the paper top.
Oh, the little
crayons and just let me draw. Like, it's your fault.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Why is your crown in so many pieces? Anyways.
I'm the broken Burger King, okay?
Yeah, I see
Broken
that.
Burger King.
Listen, do the Burger King crowns ever come in one real piece?
No.
No. Regardless, last session, I have a lot to recap. The party finally made their way to Mithrambe, the largest city in the Underdark, and in all the world for that matter, as the entirety of the city expands under the entire Damavand range from coast to coast. The city proper was there to greet them as they made their way up from the lower dark, and it was alive with people, smells, lights, and an abundance of things that tickled and touched all of the five senses. The entire city was alive with celebration and noise, as it was the middle of the Night Court feast, a time for celebration and rejoicement. As the party began making their way through the city, fascinated by what they saw and the food offered to them, They soon found themselves near the audience to an acrobatic act being put on by Thalriz, a half-drow performer and entertainer. Before his performance could start, however, the party's noses were filled with the strong scent of incense burning from somewhere close by. Not just any incense, however, it was incense that made them not act entirely like themselves. Yulia found herself incredibly drowsy and wanted nothing more to take a nap, which she snuck in a couple of times. Tove and Runarian were giddy with amusement, finding everything quite funny. Arca and Yavari realized they were still starving and couldn't help but reach for any and all food nearby. And Norcellis and Taffy found themselves frustrated and agitated at every little thing that happened, both of them ready for a fight.
We woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, really? Resh, seemingly mostly unaffected by the incense, tried to urge them onward, but it was a tougher battle than herding cats. The entire party was in turmoil as they bickered and fought with one another, almost physically, and even had a run-in with some of the locals that nearly ended in disaster. Imran's older sister Larissa showed up, dressed in rather provocative clothing and trying to entice the party into getting what she wanted, but her attitude changed as soon as she realized Imran was there. She demanded he go home right now to go and see their sick mother, and so Imran left the group behind. All the while, neither Arca, Yulia, nor Narcellis realized they were pickpocketed while Larissa held their attention. They met another drow selling jewelry, perhaps a little too pricey for the shoddy quality, and Taffy nearly punched the guy for how he was trying to swindle people, and then stole the watch he was trying to sell. It's fine.
It's fine.
Meanwhile, Narcellis and Yavari got into a heated argument, one not entirely fueled by the effects of the incense, before Resh was able to herd them all into the closest tavern, the Broken Mask, just beyond the fighting pits. Inside, Runarian pointed out how odd and Yalkish looked, only for them to realize the princess had been replaced by a kobold. After threatening the kobold over the whereabouts of their princess, they spotted her inside next to a white and black minotaur by the name of Changa, whom was apparently about to help her to go looking for her friends. Reunited, everyone decided it best to settle in for the night and allow any lingering effects of the drug to wear off. The party had smaller interactions, attempting to wind down, yet tensions were still clearly high between many of them. Narcellis had a moment of Resh assuring him that he wouldn't leave, as the older brother seemed rather content to admit to. Yavari came in to speak with Narcellis in an attempt to try and smooth things over, but the half-drow didn't seem to take very kindly to her words, so their relationship still seems to sit upon the edge of a sword. While Resh was out of the room, he was approached by Arca, as the two shared in the similarities of what it meant to be an older brother with a family you had to look out for. Tove confided in Runarian, weighing the words she had said to Narcellis and how she'd been treating him. Yulia left the tavern briefly, having a run-in with a goblin named Bizkit, whom invited her and her friends to see the upcoming musical, Death of the Valshires. Upon her return, Taffy sought her out to ask about the gods, trying to get answers to the many strange dreams he'd been having. And at that point, we have had a couple of smaller sessions in the interim of the party continuing to interact at this night. I know... Oh god, I have to go through all of them. Yulia and Narcellis, I know, had a nice interaction, and Yulia got to learn a little more about drow culture and also battled Resh to a flute off.
I won.
Somehow rolled a nat 20. Wow, I don't know what the hell happened.
Oh.
Yeah, it was great. Oh gosh, what else did we have? Resh and Taffy had a bit of a time hanging out. Taffy had first approached Resh. And that'll we'll see what happened there. And I believe before that interaction happened, Narshillis, or no, not Narshillis, I'm sorry, Tove and Resh ended up spending a little time together as Resh took her outside of the tavern into the city, having a bit of a private conversation with her in regards to her relationship with Narshillis. And soon enough, the half-drow met up with them, and they kind of took a little tour around the city, even getting to see Resh's private manor that he owns just outside the Dorette estate.
That's a really nice way of saying that they tore through his house.
Yeah, that's fine.
You literally ransacked the place, but it's fine.
They did. It's fine, really.
So many
It's
knives.
fine. So many knives.
knives.
And
Hmm.
here,
So many knives?
so many knives.
So many
Oh,
knives.
Okay.
So we find ourselves back in Mithranve. It is now the following morning. Morning, I say in quotation marks because God knows what time it really is. But those of you still in the tavern seem to wake up at around the same time. So who all do we have here? We have Arca, we have Yulia, Yavari, and Runarian and Yelkish. As you all wake up from your slumber, you figure the best bet is to probably head downstairs, meet up with the rest of your party, try to hash out what it is exactly you guys will want to do from here. As originally, probably most of you want to continue on your way out of the Underdark and out of Mithranve, but that will be for the party to decide. And as you all gather downstairs, you notice you're missing about half of your party between Tove, Narshillis, Taffy, and Resh seem to not be within sight anywhere. As you look within the tavern, and you all eventually make your way outside, continuing to search for them, to no avail. So, Yulia, Arca, Yavari, what do you guys do from here? As... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, so I'll just kind of turn and say, so no one seen where they left, correct? And I'm addressing like everyone who is present.
Yavari shrugs, or I shrug.
Archer shakes. No clue.
Runarian also seems rather nervous as he looks around, and he'll say, no, I woke up from trancing a while ago, but Tove was nowhere to be found. I didn't realize half the other party was missing.
I just kind of nod my head, is like, okay, so you don't know where half our group is. There's a giant festival going on in a city we don't really know.
This is fun.
Anyone have any good suggestions on should we go look for them? Should we pair up? Should we wait?
Think we should go look for them.
Okay.
Maybe let's leave a note here with I don't know, maybe in one of the rooms, like I guess I don't know, we could leave a note somewhere here in the tavern in case maybe they come back and we're not
That's
here,
something-
they're not here.
I'm assuming there's a bartender, right?
Yeah.
Or an
Yeah.
innkeeper. We could always ask the barkeeper to let the rest of the party know if they come back that we're searching for them.
True. Probably just do a once over and come back and maybe see if they end up coming back.
Oh, Caleb, by the way, did we
Hmm.
have a long rest? Sorry.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes, you all had a long rest. So please be sure to update your sheets accordingly, or I think there's just a button you can hit that's long rest, and it'll
Yeah.
refresh all of your stuff.
Alright.
And as you all are sitting here kind of discussing your next best option of what you can do to search a city this large, you happen to see a familiar pair of red-headed drow approaching you from within the crowds. One's rather easy to pick out thanks to how tall he is, and the other is not that much shorter, but he sticks out from the rather shorter drow population around him. And approaching you now is Resh and Narcellis.
Oh.
Found
was
him.
easy.
That was easy. Look at that.
We're great at this.
Truly.
And as Rochelle approaches the party, he kind of steps up a little bit faster than Resh, just trying to get to the table faster than him. And as he approaches, he has his hands steepled in front of him, and his fingertips are reaching. And he just says, "So before everybody freaks out,
Good morning to you too. What happened?
Where's Tev and Taffy?
so Tove is asleep at my brother's house.
What?
What?
Not important right now. Taffy's a
What?
spider.
What?
Taffy is a spider.
What?
And at that moment,
What?
Resh walks up to the table as well next to Narcellis, and you all will see, sitting on his shoulder, probably easily the size of his entire hand, is a very light brown, reddish colored, furry spider
Oh,
sitting there on his shoulder.
Squeaks and spider.
Oh no.
What happened to him?
I said, don't freak out.
What happened?
No, wait.
And he'll turn to Resh's shoulder and be, Taffy, you're okay, right? Like do a little dance if you're okay.
you just kind of like, he kind of squats, and he stands up, and he squats, and he stands up.
oh.
This little spider bob.
See?
Is he? Is this permanent or?
It's just
I
permanent.
really hope it's not permanent.
It shouldn't be. I didn't.
Oh, what did you do?
Please. And he'll just like hold both of his hands up very defensively and say, I just wanted to try out a new spell.
Oh my god.
He let me use polymorph on him.
Well, do you know how to turn him back?
I can't.
And at this moment, Resh will speak up and he'll say, thankfully, the effects of polymorph usually only last about an hour.
Oh,
Usually.
And how long has it been since he's turned into
Look,
a small friend?
I told him that I could make it go faster, but he won't let me squish him.
No, we are not hurting him. I don't care what we're doing right now. Our sole mission is to make sure that Taffy doesn't die right now. He is small and
He's in a
fragile.
very vulnerable state right now. I have so many questions for you, Taffy, when you turn back to normal.
Look, we just wanted to find out if spiders could get cold.
Valid?
Valid.
That's an odd way to go about it.
Well, I was gonna turn Resh into a spider, but Taffy was like, no, don't cast a spell on your brother, cast it on me. And I was like, okay, fine. And now he's a spider.
Hmm.
Taffy, I admire your self-sacrificial nature, but I would.
Oh, okay, but Arca, and he'll turn toward Arca with like both of his hands, like very wildly gesticulating. Consider the next time we get into a fight, I could turn you into like, I don't know, like a dragon or something. Okay, probably not a dragon, but like a small dragon.
Like a small
Hey,
dragon.
but that would be kind of cool.
You know?
Not that saying a spider isn't cool, but like a dragon?
Okay, but consider like a person-sized spider.
Oh, that's terrifying.
That's terrifying.
But
But
as
a
long
good-
as,
a
you know,
good
the
fear
spider's on our
tactic.
side. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I owe Taffy like dibs on the first cool thing I turn anyone into. So, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm guessing Tove hasn't come. Oh. And he'll just kind of pause for a minute, kind of look back at Resh, like, oh, you left Tove at your house.
I thought you were going to wake her up.
Well, to be fair, she won't get out of the house. It's too dark.
To be fair, nobody would be stupid enough to break in.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Hmm.
Tove's gotten abducted.
Oh! Well, we should go get her, shouldn't we?
Sure. Does anybody else mind, like, holding Spider Taffy just because, like, my brother's kind of important? And if somebody approaches him, we'll probably try to swat him off.
I hold my tiny
You
little
mean-
spider hands out.
I'll
I think Yulia is the most gentle. No offense, guys.
Uh-oh.
Out of all of us right now.
I reach out my hand to
Oh.
small spider Taffy for him to climb on.
And Rush will, like, kind of bend over as well.
Okay, well, the first
You can hide in my hair if it makes you comfortable.
Oh, okay.
I don't mind.
I just
I would take you, Taffy, but like Nibbles is afraid of spiders.
Nibbles. I would have Nibbles would be out for blood. It's like Nibbles. Like there can only be one familiar.
One people underneath Ikari's hood.
So Taffy, you know, he kind of like, you know, tenses up and then he just jumps like super fast, just poof, right onto your hand, and just starts to crawl up your arm, and then get atop your head.
Barry shivers. watching.
I'm trying not to flinch. I'll just remember this is my friend. This is my friend. This is my friend. Don't freak out. It's your friend.
Don't slap the poor thing.
And then once you kind of settle, I'm just like, all right. I'm just not gonna think about this too hard. This is fine. This is fine. He's fine up here. It's fine.
Marcellus will kind of put both hands on his hips for a minute, shift to one side. He'll say, I mean, to be honest, it's not much different than what's been going on since we've been here. I mean, walking around here, you guys have probably stepped on hundreds of spiders, if not sat on them.
Oh. I just kind of close my eyes and hold my hands up to my chin, like almost like in prayers. Like, I really wish you hadn't said that, because now I'm going to feel very guilty.
Well, what did you think all the crunching was?
Cobblestones? Something else?
Crunchy cobbles.
Crunchy cobblestones.
God.
I don't know. That's what I told myself. You told me not to look at anything too hard, and I'm just assuming that if I look the wrong way, something's gonna come out and try and bite my face. I don't know anymore.
Can we go get Tove? There's probably half a dozen spiders just in your house alone. Some of them probably bigger than Tabby.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh no.
Yes, please, let's go.
I'm gonna get spider bullied over here.
Taffy finds a nice lady spider to settle down with.
Oh,
I was gonna say, if Taffy's a spider, can he communicate with other spiders?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. 'Cause I can't talk
Taffy, stop
normally.
hiding from Yuli's hair.
Just like nestling
Oh,
in there.
That was actually gonna be my next question. Can he like talk to us at all, or can he just only make gestures?
Oh no, I can't. I cannot speak.
So you're
Yeah.
just full
I
spider.
am full spider.
Okay.
I retain my personality and like my mental stats, but I can't do things like normal people things. I can't like manipulate
Like
objects or
Charlotte's
talk. Yeah, Charlotte's Web.
basically, yeah. But yeah, no, unfortunately, he cannot communicate other than
My
body
pantomiming.
movements, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah.
doing a wiggle.
Doing a whammungle.
All right, so as everyone sort of agrees to go and get their friend, Resh takes the lead of the party as he leads you all back out onto the main street. And as before, everything is still rather busy. Maybe at this point now, not quite as much as it had been when you first arrived, as perhaps it is reaching that sort of daytime cycle, so maybe some of the residents here of the Underdark have decided to go and get their rest for right now, but it's still very crowded as you carefully make your way through the streets. Your entire party, minus Tove, in tow. And Resh leads you guys down past a large amber glowing mushroom and down a street, onwards towards the giant manor at the center of the city. And this thing is massive as you come into kind of the heart of the city, and you see it surrounded on all sides by houses that you would consider manors themselves. I mean, some of them are probably easily 3, 4, 5 times as large as some of the nicer houses in Valgard, and the large manor in the very center is a beast in and of itself. But Rush will not lead you guys onto that, and instead down the street a ways, past a couple of manors to your left, and around a statue of what appears to be a drow, with a mask carved upon his face. And onto the next manor, right near the entrance of the central one. And he will take you all inside. And inside his manor, it's very dim, even more so than it was outside. The lights are lit with faint blue glowing torchlight. That's really just hardly enough for those of you without dark vision to just barely be able to see where you're going. The entire place is deathly silent. You would expect somewhere like this to have house servants or someone to kind of take care of the place, much like the Caranula estate when you were in Valgard, but there doesn't seem to be a sign or hair of staff, servants, or anything of any kind. But it's clearly very well kept as you pass, decorations upon the walls, both of colorful cloths and paintings of both Underdark and surface scenes, and, tables along the walls holding varieties of knickknacks and knives. Everything is very clean and very well kept. And Resh will kind of stop in the foyer and look back over you all as he'll say, she's upstairs in the first guest bedroom if you'd like to go and retrieve her.
I'm a spider on a head right now.
You do be.
I do be.
You be. And Ari will just seem to be the first to move out of the group and just quietly head upstairs. If anyone else would like to follow him, or
yeah, Arca will
Yeah.
follow after him. Since,
Okay.
can't see
Okay.
shit in here.
Yeah.
He's gonna go after Arca. Just curious about the place and wanting to see what else is inside.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Michelle will stick downstairs and kind of just wait for everybody else to come down at the moment. He's currently playing with a sort of spherical object he got last session. It's a ball, and when he turns it different ways, different lights and colors shine in it.
Yes.
Nice.
Ooh.
Even though, according to Resh, it doesn't work.
That's fine.
Rush just didn't know how to use it.
Maybe.
That's
I
my
hope.
calculation.
So we have Runarian, Arca, and Yavari. We're heading upstairs. Right, Yulia, were you gonna stay downstairs with Narcellis?
Yeah. I'll hang out with Narcellis. Yulia will probably be kind of distracted with the paintings.
Mm-hmm.
But
And then Nyalkish also stays downstairs, though she's very warily eyeing Taffy, as him being a spider seems to make her quite uncomfortable.
oh no.
Just kind of side glances at her back. It's like, oh, and just kind of, retreats further into the hair.
Oh,
tap my head twice if it's the least comfortable up there.
He'll tap it twice.
Okay.
He just bat. I don't know if you can
Okay.
feel it. It's a very tiny spider, but he does his best.
You know, it's anything crawling in my hair. I think I'm looking out for now.
He was like, he didn't realize, like, oh man, I got to put some effort behind this. So like, he raises both of his front legs up and just, bam! Just twice.
Okay, but a message received. Thank you.
Oh.
At least as soon as we wake Tove up, we can start heading out of the city.
I agree. And, as you all are kind of left downstairs to your own devices for the most part, Brunarian leads you, Arca, and Yubari upstairs, and you enter into a hallway that's it feels very dark, as the walls are mostly a deep purple color mixed with like the black stone that makes up most of the manor. And even the carpet is rather dark in color as it leads down the hallway in this diamond navy blue pattern. And to your left, you see there is the first door is slightly ajar, and Runarian will kind of hesitantly push it open to peek inside, as he's unsure of which room is the first guest bedroom, as there are many more doorways down this hallway. But he'll look inside, and Tove, would Tove still be asleep, or is she awake at this point?
So, at this point, Tove is, I have been awake for a little while. After having, the best sleep I've probably had in a hot minute. I've got, a little lantern just, hanging out in the corner of the room. And obviously I haven't really gone anywhere because the rest of the manor is incredibly dark. So, as Ari peers in, and, if anybody else peers in, they're just going to see, Tove sitting on the bed with, one of her war hammers out just in case.
No.
Ready
Just
for anything.
Ready to swing.
Admirable.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you are ready to hit at anything that might come through the door, and the door opens, and it's Runarian.
Wham!
Yeah, I mean, does she just attack without thinking about it, or?
No, I think she's like, I think I'm sort of just like a little bit like, like I've been sitting there just like ready, like if anything comes in to go for it, but also there's like this level of hesitation. It's like, well, it could be like a friend, and so it's like my arms are kind of raised a little bit, and then as soon as I see Runarian, I just kind of like let out a sigh and just like slowly put the warhammer down. It's like, oh, hi, good, hi, Runarian.
Are you alright? What's with the hammer?
Oh yeah, I'm totally fine, and I'm gonna like start getting up and like putting my hammer like back in my bag of holding and just say, no, I woke up and it was really quiet and I wasn't really sure what was going on, so I figured I should just be prepared in case, something happened. But you're here, so it's good.
Right, and you see, kind of as he steps into the room, Arca and Yavari is also with him, as he'll say, we came to, get you, since I guess we're going to see about leaving the city.
Morning, Sleeping Beauty.
Hi, guys! How was your night?
just the group meh.
It was alright.
Listen, I have an exciting night. I'm still having an exciting night. It's still
Now an exciting day.
Mm-hmm.
The excitement just doesn't stop.
Nope.
Okay, and so I'll sort of just make my way over to the group, grabbing like whatever little lantern was on the table and just sort of say, so we're leaving Mithrambe then? Is everybody else downstairs?
Yep.
Can I look around and see just the decorations and see what's in the room with my dark vision? Just because I'm curious.
Yeah, so you kind of take a peek around the room, and it's rather simply decorated compared to most of the rest of the house. The carpet underneath your feet is, rather than the blue of the hallway, there's like a deep purple carpet with a green rug that covers most of the center of the room. There's two separate beds, meant for just a simple kind of guest bedroom to house a couple of people. And you see there's also a brown, what looks to be maybe a bear rug that's thrown on the ground between them. And other than a couple of nightstands between the beds, and there's a desk on the far wall that is, again, undecorated, but made of very finely polished wood. There's really nothing else exciting in this room other than, oh, you do? Oh, no, you look a little further, and on the wall there, fairly close to Tove's bed, seems to be a small collection of knives displayed upon the wall.
Knives?
Knives, yeah. All sorts of sizes and shapes.
Can I examine them? Like, not touch them, but I would like to examine them closer. I do not want to get murdered.
Yeah, so, as Tove is kind of reuniting with Runarian and Arca, and you take a closer look at these knives, and you see each of them is fairly different from one another, but one thing that's fairly certain about all of them that you can deduce is that they are all very sharp and look very deadly. You see one that has like this beautiful curved blade covered in like purple leather at the hilt, and the blade itself is like silver and black that kind of gleams in the very low light. There's another one that has what appears to be sapphires kind of encrusted in the hilt of it. There's another that's like a completely curved blade with a serrated edge to it. Yeah, each one is a little different from the rest, but they all look very well taken care of.
Are they all drow make?
Give me an investigation check.
Cool. My character here.
First roll of the night.
Yay!
Ooh.
Oh, 17.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh.
So, you look them over, and while maybe... Well, maybe a drow... Oh, what do you call it? Weaponsmithing might not be your forte. You do kind of get the sense that most of these are drow made, but a couple of them aren't. You see one with a curved blade that kind of more reminds you of something you might have seen in Akhet at one point.
Hmm.
Oh.
Hmm.
Just
I think for right now, I'm assuming that he's just a collector of very fine blades and also takes care of them pretty well from what I've seen. So I'm just gonna make note of that for later. As I back away from the collection.
Alright, and as you do, Renarian kind of looks over at you and says, are you, everyone ready to go then? We'll meet up with the rest downstairs.
I'm ready to go.
Ready,
Enough.
steady.
Yeah. Since we should probably get going if we're gonna try and get out of Mithrambe.
Right, and Renarian, will kind of gently urge all of you out, and he'll mostly walk alongside you, Tove, as you all exit the bedroom and begin to head downstairs. But while you're all up there, no, it's fine. Yeah, Nershellis, Yulia, Resh, Yalkish, and Spider Taffy on the shoulder. I know, Yulia, you were kind of looking at the paintings. Was there anything else catching your attention that you might be looking at, or anything you wanted to kind of talk about while the rest of your friends get Tove?
I'm just kind of taking it on. Are these paintings? I know you kind of described what some of the paintings are, but honestly, that kind of went over my head already. Are these like just either like nature paintings, or what's the collection that I'm kind of proposing?
Yeah, a large majority of them are landscape paintings. So you see one that reminds you a lot of some of the forest in Leyrid, with like large towering pine trees that are kind of half dusted in snow. There's another one you see clearly of the Underdark, of like this large cave with glowing mushrooms in it. And another one that seems to be another mushroom cave, but there's a dim light source coming from somewhere up above that vaguely reminds you of the area of the Underdark you guys had first entered in when you had made your way to Philisera. And really, about everything is landscapes. The few pictures you see figures in are a little more like abstract paintings, or they're kind of in the background, so there's not much detail to them, more than just like their silhouettes.
Oh, okay. I kind of make note of the one that's like not really from the Underdark. I was just kind of noting like, kind of wondering like how Resh would have acquired this, but then just kind of admiring like at least the details. Can I tell if they're all like the same artist or are these like kind of different?
Make an investigation check for me.
Okay. Ring. I'll accept it.
Yeah, right? Not bad. So you look over the paintings and you kind of examine the way they're painted, and you can tell from what you know of artwork. You can tell like some are oil paintings and others are watercolor. There's a variety of painting techniques that have been used. While you see a couple here and there that may share similarities between one another, you don't think that one artist made a vast majority. It seems more likely that most of these paintings came from a variety of different artists.
So I maybe actually no, my investigation is probably not high enough. So I would probably see that if there's any signatures, the signatures are different.
Yeah, I mean that. If you're looking for that, absolutely. You see what signatures are visible on some of the paintings nearby. You see quite a few different ones. I think maybe the same one pops up twice, but that's about it for the ones that are closest to you.
Okay.
And as you're examining the paintings, Resh kind of happens to notice you're looking over them and can't help but to ask, are you curious about any of the artwork?
I kind of jump a little bit because I was kind of immersed in like studying the details. I wasn't really noticing if anyone was around me, but so I give a little jump, but knowing that it's him, I kind of calmed down. I just kind of looked at him and was like, I just find it interesting that most of these are landscapes, but these are actually really beautiful. Do you collect art quite often?
Resh just gives a small shrug as he'll say, it's something to do, I guess, and gives me something to put on the walls so they're not so bare.
Ursula's is gonna scoff at that.
Resh looks over at Nershalis and kind of quirks an eyebrow. What?
Nershalis will just kind of roll his eyes mostly to himself and cross his arms and he'll say, "You would think of art as something to just hang up on the wall?"
Baylor, real quick, I'm sorry, you sound very far away.
Is this better?
Very quiet. Yeah.
Okay, so he rolls his eyes and he just says, "Oh, you would think of art as something to just hang up on the wall."
Well, it is not that I don't appreciate it, but it just kind of gives another like half-hearted shrug.
And I'll just go and kind of step on my ass. Like, do you have a favorite?
And he seems thoughtful at that for a long moment before he shakes his head. Honestly, I never thought about it.
How can you not think about it when you have this much art?
He's a little hesitant to answer that, but eventually he'll say, "Oh, I don't know. I suppose it was more just something to... Like I said, it was more just something to fill the house with. I'm Sorry.
It appears to be driving Marcellus insane.
He's valid, honestly.
So these are all landscape pieces, right?
The vast majority. What few contain like humanoid figures are not the focus of the painting.
Is there one for like the Akhet Desert?
From what you can see from your perch on Yulia's shoulder, you do not see one.
Oh, okay.
I have a
You know,
question about them.
Taffy. Oh,
I wanted to ask if any of the paintings are artists that Marcellus would recognize.
Yeah, being from the Underdark and being an artist yourself, Marcellus, you do recognize a couple of them, particularly like the one with the glowing mushrooms and the one of the fungal labyrinth. You do recognize that as an artist from back in Philisera. Oh god, what was their name? Shit, no, that's the wrong thing. But yes, you do recognize that artist by being Vondrel from back in Philisera. He was a fairly well-known artist, but really, from what you remember, was really nothing too over the top or extravagant.
Okay.
But as you all are kind of discussing the artwork, the rest of your party comes downstairs with Tove behind them, or with them, to finally reunite you all as one large party yet again.
yay! Back together.
And
This time all sober.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around and sort of like take in everybody that's there and notice that I don't see Taffy. And I'll just sort of ask where's that? You said everybody else is here, but where's Taffy?
Okay, so just then, you see upon Yulia's head, you just as it crawls over between her horns, you see these little spider legs flailing as Taffy's sort of squiggling his way up back on top of Yulia's head.
I'm gonna get like really quiet and look like at Yulia and say, Yulia?
I know. And I just kind of looking.
There's a spider on your head.
Tove, it's okay.
Ready
It's
as
okay.
Warhammer.
If you don't move,
I think I can get it.
Tove, I'm holding out my hands.
Hold on.
I'm holding out my hands here. Tove, that's Taffy.
Why don't we let her show us explain?
wait, that's Taffy?
That's Taffy.
Taffy
Here,
the spider?
yeah, I reach up to let Taffy kind of like palm up so he can like get onto my hand, and then once he does, I'll kind of like present him forward as like look at the coloring.
So, upon seeing the hand, Taffy, squats down, wiggles his butt, and then like, unnervingly fast jumps right into your palm of your hand. Like,
Oh god.
oh god. Just,
Please, Tabby, be careful.
I just present him to Tove, and I'll just like look that's it. That's his hair color. This is him.
Oh,
He can understand you. Don't worry.
he gives a little spidery wave.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. I feel like I missed a lot. Glad you're here, Taffy.
Just bobs up and down.
Okay. Do we have to worry about this, or is it just gonna is he gonna turn back into it?
It'll fix itself.
It'll
Okay.
fix itself.
Okay.
Hopefully.
I
Okay,
think I'll just have to
cool.
worry about suddenly having a tabaxi on top of my head, but you know what? That's fine.
Starion, can you check Discord?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Wow. What an interesting turn of events.
He should turn back soon enough.
I'll just kind of reach up, turn the palm again, and bring it back up to the side of my head.
And then whoop, darts right back onto your head.
So fast.
Every time he jumps.
Every time he jumps.
So fast.
Speed.
And as you guys are talking, Narcellus is going to walk to a different part of the house. And DM,
Hmm.
are there any spiders that aren't taffy that I can see in the vicinity?
So yeah, as you look around the house, kind of walking into one of the other rooms, kind of more of like a seating area that has a few, nice couches set up. You take a look around and you do see, sitting over on one of the sofas, there are a couple of spiders just kind of hanging out. One appears about Taffy's size, black, fuzzy, with some lighter stripes on its legs, and you see another one sitting next to it, very similar in color, but this one is probably nearly twice as large.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
So, putting out the hand that has the purple crystal in it, I'll kind of get close to the spider and just sort of look at it for a minute, and I'll hold on a second. I had to look something.
Oh.
So, sort of getting closer to it, I'll speak in deep drow. And I'll say, alright, I don't want to really move you too far, but let's see. And he'll, hold out the crystal for a minute so we can sort of feel the enemies. See, I'm a friend. Now I'm gonna pick you up and you're not going to eat my face, okay?
And the spider is just kind of staring at you. At first as you approach and you hold out your hand, it seems to kind of recoil back as if it's expecting you to do something else. But as you talk, it continues to look up at you for a long moment. And then you kind of very slowly see it uncurl its leg slightly. And then kind of takes a little step towards you.
This is gonna be a big mistake.
I can feel it.
He'll just be like, okay, I'm not gonna kill you. You were probably a very loyal drow in your past life, okay? So, I'm Resh's brother. I'm just going to, and he just leans his hand down and his other one, and he just goes around the back of it and tries to lift the spider up.
seems like such a horrible idea, but yeah. You reach around the spider and you pick it up, and it just kind of hangs out. Literally kind of hanging.
And he'll just walk back into the little hallway where everybody is, and he'll just say, "Hey guys!"
And you all look back, and there stands Narcellus with a spider in his hand about twice as large as Taffy.
Oh.
Yabari goes pale.
Did someone else turn into a spider?
Did someone else turn into a spider?
No, I just wanted to see if they could maybe be friends.
Uh-oh.
Didn't we get another one?
Well, you know, I told you, like, when drow die, supposedly they become spiders to serve our dark mother, and he'll pause and just sort of look at Spider Taffy and be like, what do you think? You know, just in case you never turn back into the backseat, it never hurts to have a plan B.
Just wide spider eyes. Just looking at that, and looking at this. I don't know if I can talk to the other spider.
I mean, you can try if you'd like. You can try to say something in spider. The other spider.
Just so you hear squeaking. I don't know what the sound of spider makes, but you hear that.
They squeak now, apparently.
They squeak now.
Yeah. Hey Taffy, I think I read somewhere that spiders dance to communicate.
So Taffy looks.
That's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, glances over at Yavar, then looks back and then starts to wave its arms around. Does a little jig of "Please don't eat me."
If you want the extra height, Taffy, you can stand on my horns. I'll tolerate it.
if I'm listening, I'm at the high ground.
More high ground. No extra height.
And as you kind of do this little dance over the other spider, with how Narcellus is holding it, it's just kind of like dangling there in his hands, but it does like raise up its two front legs and like wave back at you, with the question of, why would I eat you?
Oh, good.
Oh no.
Just. I assume I can just understand this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just like, oh, it's good. Ma'am? Are you, ma'am? Miss Spider? Mr. Spider? Listen, this whole spider thing is very new to me.
My name is Zestra. Did you just die?
Taffy freezes like mid dance, and he looks himself over. And is like, oh, I don't think so. I hope not. I hope I didn't die. I think I just got turned into a spider.
Oh,
like with a spell.
A polymorph spell.
Yeah. I think that might have been. I didn't really catch it. I was busy turning into a spider.
She kind of like stares at you for a long moment before she'll like dance at you, doing like a little wiggle. Like Narcellus, you're holding the spider; it's just like wiggling around. Clearly communicating back and forth with Taffy, who's also wiggling on top of Julian's head.
So fascinated.
So fascinating.
Yabari's leaning in, taking notes of the spider dance.
Can you give me the spelling on her name?
Yeah, hold on. Shit, I just fucking lost it. Bela, what did I say her name was?
Destra?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, there you go. Thanks. And,
oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, she'll say, if it was a mere polymorph spell, then you should turn back soon enough.
Okay, good. That's what everyone else was saying. I just, I'm not really versed with magic. This is actually kind of cool. I'm kind of getting used to it. I mean, not that I'd want to stay. Not that there's anything wrong being like the spider, right? I just, I have plans. You know how it is. How long have you been a spider?
A while.
Oh, yeah, because like the drow, like when they die, they turn into spiders, like, and so I just wonder, like, have you been living in Resh's, like, I think this is like house, right? You've been living here, like,
For a while. He allows many of us to come and go as we please.
okay.
But-
Like, where do you go? What does spiders do down here?
We do whatever the Quarval Sharess wishes for us to do. We are all just her servants, after all.
Oh, I see. Do you like clean up the fly problem? Is there like an insect issue down here? Like, and he's like looking around, like trying to. Do you like clean up? Do you just like watch things, like listen to stuff?
No, we usually take care of the weakest drow of society.
Oh, I see. Well,
Or occasionally spy on people as well, if she so wants to.
Oh, okay, I see. I gotcha. Okay. It's hey, like doing any like juicy spying recently?
She seems to kind of stop wiggling at that, before just saying, no.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So how does this web thing work? I'm really
Believable.
scared to try.
She seems a little uncertain of how to answer that. Just you just do it.
I see. Do you like it? Are we all like the same kind of spider, or are you like different types of spider?
Don't know.
Tav asking stupid questions. He's just dancing like his life depended on it.
And just as you're about to ask her another question, Taffy, or say something else to her, you feel your body suddenly, like, you feel very hot.
Uh-oh.
And all of a sudden, your spider legs begin to vanish. And
Uh-oh.
the weird fur on your spider body turns into actual cat fur.
Uh-oh.
And within mere seconds, all of a sudden, Yulia, you find yourself on the ground with a tabaxi on top of you.
Just thud. He's like mid waving his arms, like, oh.
And by the way, the entire time that this whole conversation is going on, since I feel like this entire spider on my hand just tapping, I just look very uncomfortable. Like trying not to like stand very still, try not to be squeamish, and then suddenly like the weight doesn't even register until it's too late, and then I'm just hitting the ground and you just hear,
sorry. As he like scrambles to like roll off and like pick himself back up, as he's like patting himself down, like making sure everything's where it's supposed to be, grabs his tail, looks it over.
I just slowly pull myself off the ground.
Spider body, but his head was a tabaxi.
Oh god.
And Marcellus will kind of lift Zestra up a little more and kind of just look at Taffy and be like, "Oh, welcome back, Taffy." And he'll turn Zestra around a minute and sort of lift her up to his little pauldron, and he'll be like, "To be honest, I kind of like this spider. You want to go up to the surface, spider? You should stay with me. I like the spider."
Yeah, Zestra was really nice.
Well, I'm sorry, she has a name?
Yeah, she has a name.
What was it again?
Zestra.
Zestra. And he'll turn
Yeah.
and he'll look at this black spider and he'll be like,
As you say her name, she kind of like wiggles her arms at you.
Taffy like tries to wiggle his arms back, like he's still trying to like communicate.
Well, Zestra, you're welcome to stick around for a while if you'd like. I'm about to head up to the surface.
And she kind of looks at you for a long moment. And then, due to just kind of the size of this thing, she does kind of crawl off of your hands and up onto your pauldron, but she's kind of very perched on there a little awkwardly as she's a little larger than your shoulder. But she makes it work. She gets comfortable. And now you just have a large black spider sitting on your shoulder.
He seems completely comfortable with this. It's like, you're almost as big as the one that hangs out in the kitchen back in Belisara, but there's one even bigger one in my mother's chambers. It's almost the size of the ceiling. Maybe you'll be that big one day.
Oh my god.
She wiggles her arms.
Wiggles. Oh man, I don't know what that says anymore.
No.
I take it as a positive reaction.
Turn him back into a spider.
Anyway, Taffy, not to rush anything along, but shall we be leaving Mithranbe?
Oh yeah, I can tell you all about my spider experiences later.
Oh, I'd be happy to hear them along the way. Did you get cold?
I did! I missed pants so much. Your butt is so big, and it's just out there, wiggling around. I was so small. It was so cold.
Goodbye.
It's a shame you didn't weave a web.
I really thought about it, but I didn't really want to risk it. Yeah, I don't really know how that's supposed to work, and I didn't really want to do it.
Well, fair enough.
It's
kind of cool to see you communicate with another spider.
That was pretty cool. I didn't think I could, but I did. Apparently, it's all dancing. It just kind of came naturally. It was pretty cool.
All animals.
Well, maybe not today, but in the future, maybe we could give that a try. Maybe if we absolutely have to.
Kind of clutching my head still in pain, and I'm just kind of like, well, if we need a reconnaissance, we can willingly turn Taffy into a spider, and he can scope out an area.
So Taffy was like, oh shit, and then walks over and is like, do you need any help? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't know.
I just kind of waved my head. I was like, no, we'll call this even. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad to have you back, and I just kind of smile at you for it.
Excellent. Also, you guys kind of tell that Taffy's kind of super energized at the moment.
And awesome. Yeah. So you guys seeming rather satisfied now, and Taffy now back to his normal self. You all exit Resh's manor and exit back out onto the main street. And Resh will kind of take a moment just as you're exiting his house to look back over all of you, and he'll ask, just to make sure you're all ready to leave Mithranbe then.
I'm good to go.
Taffy does kind of look at the giant manor. It's we really, I guess, should be going. I did kind of want to meet the science guy.
Oh, actually, and he'll pause suddenly and turn back toward Red. I know it's gonna be really awkward if you have to go and see your Ilhares, but I kind of had some questions for Balor too. I mean, maybe if we hide Ari somewhere, you could get us into the manor for half a second. I mean, they'll let me right in, but Taffy has questions.
Resh sighs and he'll kind of look over his shoulder towards the towering manor, and then back over all at you as his eyes seem to kind of settle upon Ari and Yalkish. And he'll say, "Fine, but Renarian and Yalkish will have to stay behind."
I understand that. He'll turn toward Ari and just be like, I'm sure you understand this is House Direct.
Yeah, yes, I was sort of assuming as much. But yes, that's fine. Nia and I can wait here for you all to finish and go talk to this, wizard. Balor, yes.
And Michelle's kind of turning to look at the big familiar manor, just pause for a minute. Does he still have Sestra?
Yeah, she's still vibing.
He'll just sort of look at the party for a minute and look at Resh and say, by the way, I'm keeping your spider.
Resh just gives us... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, it sounds like we, Taffy made her friends, so I see no problem with this.
Resh just gives a small shrug and he'll say, it's fine. They're not my spiders, really. They just come and go.
Fair enough. My spider now.
It's my spider now.
Zestra joins the party.
We've adopted Zestra.
Then
The unplayable character.
Exist at him.
And then Resh will hand over a set of keys to Runarian as he'll, guide him and Nyalkish to go head back inside. And he will take the rest of you as he kind of squares his shoulders, facing the manor. And you can kind of see, Nershellis, you especially notice, like his posture and his demeanor seems to change, where he was acting rather casually with the group here. His whole body kind of, it doesn't tense so much as he becomes rather more stiff and sort of puts on his usual stoic expression as his hands fold behind his back, and he walks with calm and steady steps up to the large manor. And let's see. Sorry, just double checking. Yeah, we're good there. Okay. And as you all approach this manor, what unravels before you is a shock of metal and black stone that towers high into the sky, creating a massive tangle of pointed spires and dazzling web-like designs that rival that of Valgard's palace, nearly 10 times over if you are attempting to compare it to scale. And actually, I have to change the map. Ah, there we go. That's a much more accurate. Why did my music not change?
That's so pretty.
Whoopsie.
And from the moment that you step through the front gate, you are accosted with the smell of sweet perfume and incense, and the dazzling glow of a strong violet light that beckons you further into the dark, damp courtyard of Direct Manor. To your left, a pair of masked guards look ready to descend upon you, but cease movement when they spot the red-haired Resh standing with you all. And Resh himself is quick to kind of step up between you guys and these two guards quickly approaching, and he'll say, "They are with me." And the two guards kind of pause and share a look with one another before one of them will speak up and say, "As you say, Master Resh." And they'll back off, but they are definitely still eyeing all 7 of you. do my math really quick there. See, keep losing my spot. And with that, Resh will continue to lead you up the steps of the manor and into the manor proper as you walk inside. And everything is sort of bathed in this very, warm purple glow. And pretty much coloring almost everything, yourselves included in this color. It's hard to really pinpoint where it's coming from, as there's multiple light sources surrounding you as you enter into kind of a main space that's very open and very bare of decorations in this particular area. You see before you on the floor, kind of, I don't know if I want to call it painted, but made out of tile embedded into the floor, appears to be the image of a spider, in mostly black and purple and kind of these mosaic tiles. You see kind of along the walls, there's a variety of things. You see there's very clear Lulfite influence in their decoration, as there's many things related to Lulf up upon the walls, and imagery of spiders, and some actual spiders that are hanging about in the corners and on top of a couple of side tables, as they all kind of seem to be watching you all carefully as you enter. And Resh will kind of take a moment to pause and look back over you all as he'll say, entering into the Duret Manor means we will have to go and speak with Hilarion first before we can see Valar. I expect you all to please treat her with respect.
Noshellus will immediately look at Yavari.
Best behavior.
Actually, I will ask Bela real quick. Does Hilarion know Common?
Yes, she's trying to be Valsharess.
That's fair. That's fair.
From
Wait,
what I read.
What do you mean? Arshellus' mom is Valsharess. Huh?
Look, I'm just going off the information I've been fed. Also, you already told Julia.
That's true.
So
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I know. Oh no, I know. You're good. But seeing that no one kind of seems to argue, Rush will continue further deeper into the manor. And as you all go, you pass by the occasional person kind of making their way, and you notice that pretty much all of them, if they're male, you don't really pass any females. The men kind of pause and look at Resh, and many of them kind of nod or bow their heads in respect, and he might kind of incline his head to a few to acknowledge them as he walks by. You see servants, or perhaps more accurately, slaves of other races kind of quickly rushing by you all, their heads ducked, trying not to make eye contact. Especially avoiding the gaze of Resh or Narshellus. And Resh will lead you all into kind of a larger, entertaining space. And it's in this room that he walks up kind of into it, and he'll say, oh god, I'm sorry, I'm still learning my drow lore. Balo, how would he address Hilarion?
I'll write it to you.
Sorry, thank you.
Pause for effect.
Mm-hmm.
One moment.
So as we're walking down these hallways, is there anything like, is it just like, your standard affair, kind of like, statues, paintings, that sort of thing? Are there anything like out of the ordinary?
Not particularly. Actually, make an investigation check for me.
Oh, baby. Investigation. Where?
Sorry about that. I had to look up the dictionary.
No worries. You good. Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, got a 7.
Lucky 7.
Due to your rather lack of knowledge in regards to Drow culture or kind of how they like to decorate their homes, nothing to you seems out of the ordinary. You see, banners and tapestries hanging upon the walls, and it's even statues as well, and small alcoves in the hallways that are of female drow or spiders or female drow with spiders. Everything is much more kind of richly decorated than it was in Resh's house, and much more kind of brightly lit than his own was, and much more alive. There's no knives hanging upon the walls, so you can kind of safely assume that maybe that was probably just Resh's thing. But you do notice there are just also a lot of spiders. They thankfully seem to mostly kind of stay out of your guys' way, as they either cling to the walls or kind of cling to the corners between walls and ceiling, and just kind of watch you all as you go by. And as Resh will lead you all into this larger room at the end of the hallway, you'll see, kind of standing more towards the center, there's a drow woman standing there who looks up as you all enter. And Resh will bow his head to her as he says, Ilhares, it's been some time.
Nationalist will immediately stop playing with the spider and bow fully at the waist.
Resh kind of glances back towards the rest of the party.
Oh, Toad's bowing.
Yeah, Yavari just copies whatever Narcellus is doing.
Yeah,
whatever.
We're following. We're taking our cues.
Good. So proud of y'all. And the drow woman standing here before you all, she's tall, black-haired and black-skinned, this imposing woman, despite perhaps only standing as tall as Arca. But she has a cruel and conniving look upon her features, which are scarred beyond recognition in a gruesome but artistic pattern of devotional spider webs. Her eyes, which are a pale teal in comparison to Resh's red, peer down at you all from where she stands with a look of intense scrutiny, kind of gazing over all of you. Though her gaze soon focuses on Resh as she steps forward, away from another drow who seems to be following in her shadow, quite literally. This other drow, a female as well, is slightly taller, but somehow frailer than the other drow next to her. She shares the drow's dark skin and hair, but has a pair of golden eyes that do not rise to meet you all. And in comparison to the rich fabrics that the Ilhares wears, as Resh addressed her as, the other is dressed rather modestly, wearing all black that hugs her figure but pulls around her feet. She looks up only when she recognizes that Resh is here and seems to kind of just lock her gaze onto him. But for now, the Ilhares will address you all, particularly Resh, as she says, what sort of group is this that you have brought into my home, Resh? Is isn't to be sacrifices for Lolth's altar, as she shall not be pleased. And Resh will quickly speak up and say, "No, Ilharas, I apologize for any misgivings. These are," and he'll gesture to all of you, "traveling companions of Shellis. I am simply aiding them in making their way out of Mithranve as they found themselves here in the middle of the fate."
And can Narshella say something?
Yeah, that's fine.
Kind of picking up on Rush's quiet nature and his searching for words, he will lift himself up a little, like still halfway bent over, and he'll say, "And it's gracious of you, Ilharas, to accept me into your home once again, and it is as my brother says, they are traveling companions, as I would never expect you to uphold your noble Lothite traditions in the gracious and merciful city that you help to control and run, where such things are thusly frowned upon, as I would not want you to think that we would impose the impose the dislike of Loth's children on your house name."
And she looks over at you, Narshellis, and kind of quirks one eyebrow as she turns to you. And to kind of describe her a little better to you all, this woman, not only is she dressed in these very fine silks that have these kind of delicate spiderweb patterns like embroidered into them, but coming out of her shoulders and curving in towards her head are six like 3 pairs of spider legs attached to pauldrons that kind of curve up and over her head. And she is giving you all the vibe, for lack of a better word, that this woman is very important. And she'll look over you, Narshellis, and she'll say, "Oh, Narshellis, nice to see you have returned. Bella
Yes.
Bella has been wondering what happened to you, despite me telling him multiple times that you had returned home to your mother."
He'll look confused at that, and he'll say, "As it happens, we were on our way here, as I was hoping to speak to my former teacher, if it would not be too much of a bother to interrupt his studies, Ilharas. It is good to see you again, as I have left Phylacera permanently. I was hoping to return here to see about resuming my studies under your name, perhaps."
And
He's trying to suck up to her so hard.
he really is. Yeah, he really, really is. Sorry, give me 1 second.
I'm so
I have a
sorry.
feeling if you don't suck up to the women in the drow women, you might just die.
Mm-hmm.
That's so fine.
No.
I'm so sorry. I don't remember if it was established. Can we understand what they're saying? Are they speaking in common?
I'm so sorry. Yes, they are all speaking in common at the moment.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if I missed it.
We're all sitting there being tense, like, oh my god, I don't know what they're saying. I hope this is going well.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
it's fine.
You good?
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. And she, kind of gives you a bit of an odd look, Narcellus, as she'll say, well, it may benefit you very well to perhaps stay here a while longer this time, Narcellus, especially considering what happened back in Phyllisera. Between you and Resh, I feel as if I am looking at ghosts.
You don't say. And he just sort of raises his hands a little before, like, tightly folding them behind his back to kind of hold on to something. He's like, so there is news then of the Valsharess.
Former Valsharess, yes.
Oh,
If I might inquire, take up a moment of your time. Why exactly? Is it former? I believe you, of course. Just, I'm unaware of the events as I have since been traveling.
Well, as the story has been told to me, supposedly one Narcellus Nokuvir had returned home with the princess of the Layered Kingdom, as well as the son of the Drow Butcher in tow, along with a party that very much matches the looks of your companions here with you.
Oh no.
Apparently
Oopsie.
they all escaped, Narcellus included, along with the housemaster assassin Resh Nokuvir, and they all vanished into the undersea, where it was assumed they were dead. And, certainly, perhaps I can continue to spread this version of events if certain people might be willing to not get in my way.
And Narcellus will kind of glance at Resh for a moment, and he'll say, licking his lips to wet them from their dryness, he will say, as always, Ilharis, my loyalty has been to you and your house since you first took me in.
Okay, I have to ask. Please roll a deception check if he's not being serious. I mean, unless he is, then
No.
Oh boy.
Can I blow my anima shard?
Sure.
Good call.
This is important.
Good call.
This is important.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Didn't even
Oh,
need it. It's
man.
oh my god.
God,
He is such a good liar.
have that nat 20.
The first nat 20 of the night. Let's go.
And as you say this, she looks at you with kind of a mixture of. Sorry, I have to burp, but it won't come out. She looks at you with this mixture of curiosity and this oddly almost dangerous look in her eyes, as if she had just been offered, some grand prize, and she just gives a very sweet smile as she says, "It's rather for the best, Narcellus. But if it is Balor you seek, you know where to find him." She kind of gives a dismissive wave of her hand. "You all may go if that's really all you're here for." As her gaze kind of lingers on Resh.
Right, I'll be certain to try to speak with you later regarding my studies and seeing what I might better do for your house, Ilharis. And he will just sort of motion to everyone to move up the opposite stairwell very quickly with his hands.
God.
And
Man,
pause.
we're going.
Yeah,
Sweating
we're
and going.
rolling.
He'll turn back to Resh for a minute and just sort of look back at Hilarion and then at the drow that's been kind of lingering by her. Does he recognize her at all?
You do, and as you all are kind of making your way over to the stairs, and Resh is kind of holding his position for right now, probably to follow up at the rear. Before he has a chance to turn to join you all, the drow standing beside Hilarion finally lifts her gaze to look at Resh, and you all just hear this very soft, Resh. And looking at her, Narcellis, you recognize her as Ashai, whom you know is the daughter of Hilarion. As she was here when you came to study at the manor. And you know from what you've probably heard in passing while you were staying here is that she is Resh's mate. That he was given to some 50 odd years ago.
Oh.
And you see, like, her golden eyes, she had just this kind of meek and sort of afraid look on her face as she'd been staring at the ground. But as she looks at Resh, she almost kind of seems to look a little hopeful. As she says, I'm so happy to see you, Resh. And immediately you see Hilarion look over at her with a glare, and you see now in her hand, you hadn't noticed this before, as she'd been holding her hands down near her sides. You see that she lifts a hand, and in her hand she holds a whip.
Oh.
Not any whip. The end of this whip splits into about 5 different ends.
Oh, no.
That end in the heads of snakes. And the snake heads are alive and hiss as she lifts this thing towards the other drow, her daughter, who immediately takes a step back and lowers her gaze before Hilarion has a chance to use it. And
oh my god.
Yeah.
And Narcellis, before you can try to say something, Hilarion to Ashai will say, "You disgust me. It is not enough that your very presence shames the Corval Sharess away from our family's diligence. Don't be so stupid as to show your weak-mindedness again. Your wounds are to be licked in private, Ashai. Do not make me remind you." You hear her mutter something very quietly before she turns and quickly leaves the room.
Narcellis is standing very still. He's seen what she's holding before. And he feels the tension. He feels the awkward. And he looks very slowly at Resh.
And you see Resh is standing very still. It looks like he's probably hardly breathing at this point, as his eyes are kind of locked onto where Ashai had vanished off to. And Hilarion will kind of look towards you and Resh and gives just this very sickly, sweet smile as she'll lower her hands to her sides again, the snake's relaxing again on the whip, as she'll say, "Run along and see your little mentor."
Of course, Ilharis. And Narcellis will be the first one to move, and in doing so, he moves attempting to hide it. I don't know if I'll need to roll for this. That he reaches out and kind of grasps Resh behind his elbow to kind of try and pull him toward the staircase.
And as soon as kind of your fingers brush Resh's elbow, like as you go to grab for him, he will turn very sharply and follow along behind you, walking very stiffly.
Right. And he'll just sort of silently, very quickly follow up this. No, start following up the stairs. I don't want to know how many stairs there are.
So many stairs. So many. So yeah, you go up the stairs. The rest of the party, you all follow after him. Him and Resh and Narcellis. You definitely know the way to Balar's study, his little section of the house, the manor. Yeah, as you all walk, I mean, I don't know if there's anything anyone would like to say as you all are kind of making your way through this manor.
Real quick, Starion, please check the general chat.
Oh, I'm looking.
Oh, I'm looking. Kidnapping is still on the table.
Oh my god!
Chat's ready to adopt him. Look.
Oh.
Adopt Drow NPC 20K23.
We're breaking her out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's put more into that.
I understand. I understand now.
Oh
I
god. Y'all in adopting all the NPCs.
We're taking her with us.
Apparently.
See the
What
parts
about her
We're taking
children?
justice into our own hands.
I guess we're taking the children too.
How many children are there?
Stop making it.
3, but they're mostly adults, save one, I think, right?
Oh, I thought there were 4.
No, there's 3.
Oh, there's 3.
I was looking at
boy.
the character sheet.
Ah, right, yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy.
It'll be fine. Don't worry. Listen, if we're gonna start a guild, we need guild members.
So
Oh
true,
my
Captain. So true.
God.
So we can't come back and get them. We gotta get them now.
But I'm sorry, is Narcellis leading them up?
Yes. Yeah, as you're...
So,
you know the
go ahead.
way. Do you know the way?
Guys, I hope you're ready for leg day.
Oh boy, leg
Oh,
day.
boy.
So, Narcellis goes into this separate foyer and he will open this large round purple door that seems to be like emanating a glow, but it's made entirely of glass. And you just see the start of a very, very long, tall, winding stone staircase. And the walls are narrow. They are on both sides of you as you start climbing up this tower, and climbing up this tower, and climbing up this tower. And around the 11th floor, you start to hear him, like, he's kind of a little tired, he's getting a little winded, his legs are starting to feel heavy, they're starting to burn, and he just turns back, he's like, okay guys, I think there's only 17 left.
Oh.
I had to do this every day, I don't want to hear it.
Taffy probably wishing he was
More of a built,
more of a
Still
what?
spider, yeah.
more of a built for flying person.
You know,
You could just fly.
Fly up the stairs.
You've already taken a swig from her like water flask.
Is that too narrow for flying?
it's very narrow. Like, the
Oh,
fact that we're all in here right now, like, the ceiling is right above you with more stairs.
Oh,
damn.
Oh boy.
Just like, I could turn you into a spider. I could carry all of you guys up there as spiders, but then everybody's...
And then everybody's a spider.
You know,
Hey,
I
we
wanted
would
to
have talked to
accept
Zestra.
Spider Arca.
fuck me up, fam.
No! No, just go. And he just starts climbing the stairs again. He's like, by the way, Rush, I know. This is something I probably shouldn't be asking you. What the fuck is up with your mother-in-law?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything.
It's just Valerian.
God, that was your mate, wasn't it? That shy.
Yeah. Did you never meet Valerian while you were staying here?
No, I met Hilarion. I was never allowed to talk to her daughter. I got close one time, but Hilarion chased her off.
As she does. Ashai is rather physically weak and feeble, and Hilarion despises her.
Yeah, isn't there some big rumor that Lilith got pissed off and so her daughter was born weird? I gotta take a break. He just leans against the wall with his face. At this point, he's at floor 23.
And so you all kind of come to a stop for a moment to kind of catch your breath and rest for the time being. And I'm so sorry. What did Narcellis ask? If you?
He just asked wasn't there a rumor that Wolf had punished Hilarion with how shy was?
So it is said, yes.
She seems very fond of you.
Of course she is.
But I'm not in a bad way. I'm not a shy.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant Hilarion.
Of course Hilarion's fond of you. She just got a new Housemaster set.
That is what she wants me to be, yes.
Not too bad you're not staying. Also, guys, and he'll start climbing the stairs again very slowly. He's like, I should probably warn you before we get to the top of this thing. Balar, how do I... He's, you're gonna love him. He's Taffy, I told you about he's really smart.
Yeah.
He's really smart. The whole barrier around Mithranbe that you saw, the thing that looks like a big bubble, he made that. And they made that, 300 years ago. Oh my god. Oh, I am out of shape. I used to do this so easy. What? Wow.
You need some water? I got a water flask.
Can anybody cast haste?
Taffy tries to say something, you just hear a...
Thomas, I'm just shaking my head as I look down at the ground.
Oh, I should have brought Ari with me. Oh, that wouldn't have been good. Never mind.
That wouldn't have been good.
You can make that big bubble, but you can't make it. I don't know. An elevator, a big dumbwaiter or something.
What? What, for us to hold on to and get catapulted into the ceiling? And at this point, as he rounds the corner, you just hear, oh, I see the door. And he just suddenly, you hear pop, 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 as he just runs for it. And you hear the doorknob turn. And he opens the door at first, and it just screeches open, and he slams it shut. And he's like, fuck. Okay, I can't just... And he'll just, knock on the door, and he'll just be... and you'll hear his voice shoots up. And he just says, Master Balor, it's Narcellis.
And almost immediately as you say that, the door swings open again with a loud screech. And this drow comes and stands in the doorway. From what you all can see, as he kind of leans a little outward to look at Narcellis, he's a middle-aged looking drow, when pretty much every other drow or elf you've always met always appears to be in like their 30s at best. But this man has very clear wrinkles in his face, around his eyes, and kind of in his chin area. I don't know what the hell he looks like. God, hold on. What does this man look like?
Like a man.
Like a man.
A featherless biped, if you will.
But he looks like a fairly normal drow with black skin and red eyes that are currently narrowed and squinted as if perhaps he's trying to see straight. And his hair is the standard white color you'd expect for drow, though all of it is completely shaved from his head, save for what he has kept back in a very long ponytail that nearly reaches his waist. And as he sees you, Narcellus, he will suddenly exclaim with, "Oh, Narcellus, it's been so long. Where have you been? We must get back to your studies at once." And he'll immediately grab your wrist, Narcellus, and like drag you into the room.
Wait.
You
We must go over.
snickering her head off.
And he just
We must-
reaches out and grabs the wall, and you hear like
Wait.
his nails scraping stone. It's like, no, wait, please, I've already learned prestidigitation. Please, I don't want to learn it again.
Of course you haven't, Narcellus. Why, we haven't even begun. As
Yamar
Nice
is just
study,
kind
you
of
know?
snickering or trying not to snicker under her breath.
and as you all are laughing, probably, or just wondering what the hell is going on with this situation, we are going to go ahead and take our little break here, because we've been at it for a little while. So we'll take a quick moment, get up, stretch, get some food if you need it, and we will be back shortly.
Excellent.
Yum.
All right.
Ooh.
I'll see you all in a minute.
All right, see ya.
While Nars gets educated at. Yeah. God, we have to like, man. We need to invent the drow need to learn how the elevator works. There's so many stairs. Ah. Okay, so maybe Taffy is saying like, I want to go talk to the science guy. Maybe it's not a great idea. Oopsie poopsie. It's the 10,000 steps. It's a wonderful idea. God, we found a person who's to be kidnapped. I don't know. Starion's gonna kill us. Starion's gonna straight up murder the shit out of us if we keep. Because like, if you think about it, because now we have like a pet spider. We've got the little. The Dragonborn princess. We have Resh. Not Rez. We have Resh. We need, obviously when Samoya comes back, we're gonna recruit Samoya. You know what? I'll just also recruit all of the chat NPCs. It'll be fine. We'll just have Rust Scale and oh dang, I've forgotten everyone else's names already. They should be showing up in Abydos. Rickon, there we go. When we get to Abydos. Do you think Rust Scale would hang out with Taffy? Listen, what better way to keep an eye on him than to work in the guild that he is in? Probably would. He would be like, he would just stake it out the whole time. I just imagine Ruscale has like a manor in every single city we go to. Just has a house. Do we ever come up with a name for mine? No, I don't think we have yet. I need to sit down and like hash it, because I need like, it's a lot of me asking questions and then being like, okay, what's allowed in the setting, and then how can we fit it in, and then I gotta get back to you guys and be like, okay, well, here's what we can do. You have to call it a night. No worries, Iffany. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend and week, because I won't see you guys until next Saturday. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Trip was really good, by the way. Did a heckin' watch. Saw all kinds of critters. It was a good time. Was a good time. I need to put some more stuff up on my Twitters. Is what I need to do. What I need to do is have Kitsiri not break. So apparently Kitsiri has broken, like straight up just will not interface with Twitter anymore. Like she has abandoned Twitter. Dang, man, Kitsiri's been slowly not being an absolute, mean to me. Dang, Kitsiri, thanks. Thank you, Kitsiri. She saw that Twitter was dying and got out. Yeah, pretty much. Don't be like that. Twitter isn't dying. It's just going through some rough patches. But hey, at least it's have this awesome Twitch stream. Just don't be a Twitter apologist, Kitsiri. You straight up abandoned it. I literally went in to see what was wrong, and you just refused. You just straight up said no. I will not. I was like, okay. Well then. Oh man, like have you seen I don't know, like Mizla's been working on some cool stuff, which I'd love to share. Well, Kitsiri should have shared it, which she didn't because of the Twitter thing. Thanks, Kitsiri. But yeah. Like, cool things be coming. I'm excited. Oh man, I have to like... Oh, I just came in. Ooh, right back to the Feywilds tomorrow. Hoochie mama. Have you explorers been holding down the crescendo? Well, I've been gone. I was like, I need to go get a drink, and then I realized I literally have hydration right here. Your crystal pool. Oh, that's cool. You've been trying to put fires out. That's you know, it depends on the like if they're fire trees, then we don't want to put them out. You just want to I don't think you can. But for other fires, yeah. Talkie found my stash of 5-hour energies and oh. My apologies. That does sound pretty. We've desperately needed a pool. Good lord, I leave for what, a couple days and Talkie just goes nuts. Ugh. Like geez. Geez, Talkie. She acts like a cute little shit. But she's not. Yeah, I recently met with Talkie's Talkie's mom. Talkie and I still the energy were she just vibrated. She phased out of the ice machine. Playing jump over the Fey lines. Gosh darn it! Of course she would. But she just does whatever she wants. Ugh. Ugh. Out here being a goblin, and I'm over here like, yeah, I got her a whole new outfit and everything, and then she just goes and misbehaves. Like G's talkie. I need to get me one of those. I need to get me a gremlin emote. I need to see if Cups will do one. Cups is working on Sejara right now. Like Cups has been busy. Poor Cups. Cups is busy. I don't want to overload Zafane. That's more than I already have. You know. Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting. Now would be a good time too, because I think I know he started on the roulette stuff. I think he just finished 2 projects. So it would, you know, make sure you go through his Ko-Fi. I don't know if I have. Do I have a command? Oh, I guess do I have like? Ooh, I'm excited. I'm always excited to see OCs. Zafane. Does your... No, it does not. Okay. It only, I have to go and like set it up. All right. It'll work for I think it works for Minecraft, and then it doesn't work for any other genre, and I have to go fix it. 1 billion hit points. It takes damage with every missed attack. Every 5 foot square of every effect was not. Oof. Real environmentalists don't miss. Woof. Could you imagine trying to track that? You know how many adventures happen like per day? You bust through that billion hit points, especially with like mooks, man. Like, because they're designed to miss. They're gonna come up to you and like slap at you, miss, and slap the ground, and then one day the plant's just gonna disappear. It's just gonna go poof, and then everyone's gonna fall, I don't know, into space. Giving the planet HP is hilarious. Wait, but wouldn't the planet also have, like, hardness? Surely it would have some kind of hardness. Surely. Fluphonicus is just vibing in the background somewhere. Oh yeah, I'm excited. The next Limbus episode. Oh baby. The real question is if you tell the players or not, and you just make a gauge bar to keep track digitally. What's that bar for? Don't worry about it. It's an HP bar. For who? Don't worry about it. Everyone's just like, I don't. Like, what is that, an HP bar? Yeah, but who's it for? You know, it's just an HP bar. That didn't answer the question. It's like, I can only tell you it's an HP bar. Everyone just speculates for who. Yeah, you just smile at him. When you smile at the DM. And damage to the surface does recover over time. But what if it didn't? What if you hit that planet? Can the planet take a long rest? It's only like 1d10 per hit die, right? How many hit die would the planet have? You just tell them it's a countdown to the end of the campaign. And then they start noticing that it's like, wait a minute, every time I miss, that bar gets a little lower. That might be hard to tell though, because like, you know, 5 damage isn't really visible on a billion HP bar. They're like, wait, I swear it's moving. It's like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, we're gonna do that wiggly, are we? Where's my wiggly? Oh my god, I have so many freaking them out. There they are. They're like fighting the BBEG and they're dropping all their AoEs. And then all of a sudden the planet, the map disappears. Like, oh, did you delete the map? And I was like, yeah. They're like, oh, well, are you gonna bring it back? No, you're in space now. Everyone's like, what? Huh? Turns out the BBEG was like trying to stop the party from missing. Throwing true strike everywhere. You killed the map. Congratulations. It's like, you know that bar? BBEG is just sitting, floating around, and it's like, I tried to warn you all, but you wouldn't listen. You just kept missing. It's like the BBEG shows up so the party has something to hit, because otherwise they miss and hit the map. He has like immortality or like whatever. It's like it's like cloning jar. So every time he dies, he pops out of a jar somewhere, and he's just trying to get back to the party as fast as he can. He's like, I gotta keep them engaged, otherwise they're gonna go fight things and miss, and it's just gonna kill the planet. BBEG is just Captain Planet. Is what it is. They're fighting Captain Planet. I see Kitsuria's throwing hands again. I think a little Vital Strike Paladin that crit for 3,000 damage in a single hit. Could you have imagined? See, look. So you're talking like, oh yeah, being like if you had missed and hit the planet, that's 3,000 damage. You just do that like, what is that? 1,000 more times, and boom, we're dead. We're all dead. It's not even 1,000 more times. It's like a third of 1,000 more times. Now, I guess it would be 10,000 more times, wouldn't it? 3K is less than 0.3% of the total HP. Yeah, but see, look, if you just do that enough. So if you do it 10 times, then that's 3%. If you do it 100 times, that's 30%. If you do... Just call her Majin Buu, then. Yeah, if you do it 1,000 times, that's 3 planets you've just killed. Oh no, poor Pikachu. Don't take a bat to Pikachu. God. I mean, how many times per day can they do that? And also, that's mythic level. Yeah, I'm just saying. That's. Could you imagine? Like, we were a party of mythic people running around in Wrath of Righteous with Vivi, right? I guess mythic level characters aren't like common. That's a good question. How often do mythic level characters like exist? A question for later, mayhaps. I mean, I guess there's like that one campaign and that's it. Okay. But we are ready spaghetti. She could do it every round. Good lord, I don't know what the heck. We putting smites behind that or what? All right, all right, swap on back. We back.
Hey, welcome back.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi, hello. Welcome back to Tales of the Apocrypha. I almost forgot what the hell our campaign was called.
Welcome back to this D&D game. Yeah, you know.
It's fine. So, as Narcellus gets pulled into the room by this middle-aged drow, the rest of you kind of eventually file your way in. And you're greeted with a rather large space. It's a very circular room that's up in this very tall tower that you all have had to send countless flights of stairs to get to. And every single wall of this room, even covering up most of the windows, are bookshelves and rows of books and scrolls, and it's a mess. There are books on the floor. There are scrolls, half-written papers, there's open journals strewn about on both the bookshelves, the floor, the multiple tables that are kind of set up in the room. There's all manners of crystals on one table to this side, and this table over here has all manner of writing utensils and inks and paper, and over near the far wall, the middle-aged drow has dragged Narcellus over to what appears to be a small desk. And he has a book already in his hand, a very thick book, with 4 C's thick book. And he drops it down on the desk in front of Narcellus, and he'll say, "Well, Narcellus, you have come by at a very good time, as I think it is time that we finally get on to teaching you prestidigitation."
Please, and he's holding his head in his hands as he's forced to sit at this desk. Please, I can already cast it. I can prove it. I know how to cast prestidigitation. Valor, please. Master, Valor, please.
It's all right. It's all right. Just he'll reach over and just pat you on the shoulder. Really, I'm sure you'll get to casting it in no time at all.
Please, I don't know how to cast prestidigitation.
And he'll then...
He direly needs to learn prestidigitation.
And Valor at that point will look up at the rest of you and kind of narrows his eyes curiously as he'll say, "Oh, did you bring more students, Narcellus?"
Oh boy.
Oh no.
No, I did not. He'll very slowly start to lift himself up from the desk. And he'll say, "I brought them here to ask questions."
Make a persuasion check for me.
Oh, God.
Oh god.
A 9.
Oh.
And Balor will turn back to you, put a hand on your shoulder as he forces you back down into the seat, and he'll say, "Oh, questions wait until the end of the lesson." And he'll flip open the book and start kind of flipping through the pages very quickly. See, you'll start here, and I think I have a couple other copies I can pass around to all your friends. We can all go over the basics of cantrips together.
Narcellus' face, he lowers it so his cheek is in the book, and he's just staring at everyone else.
Yeah, as interesting as that is, can you tell me about these crystals? Trying to distract him away from the lessons and the books. Poor Narcellus, looking like he's about to just melt into the table out of just sheer frustration.
At the mention of crystals, Balor immediately perks up and he says, "Crystals? What sorts?"
The ones you have on your table? They're interesting. I've never seen them around.
Have you not been to the Underdark? These are amulets.
Just never really paid attention.
Marshall
Clearly.
slowly starts standing up from the desk.
Make a stealth check for me, Nershalas. Clearly, you must really be quite blind if you've never
Ignore
you've
that.
never seen these before.
Oh yeah, just I saw them. I just didn't know the depth of them before. I don't see these a lot, especially where I'm from.
And Nershalas, considering he rolled a nat 1 on his perception, he has no idea what the hell you're doing at this point. He's focused on Yabari.
He just like slides out from the seat and just slowly walks over and stands behind Rush's entire body, sideways, trying to just like thin zipper his way into not being seen.
The Valar will go over to the little table. It has all of these amleths on them, as he called them, which I will actually type into the chat real quick if you guys need it.
Thanks.
Amleth singular. And he'll pick one up, and you'll see now as you kind of get a little closer. He has a couple of different colors. You see, he has a couple of them in this very pale pinkish color. There's some of a very vibrant and bold yellow, and he even has one that's kind of held on a little display stand of a deep royal purple. And as you look at them, Yuvari, you can't help but kind of think, especially as you look at the pink ones, how they look very similar to all of the anima shards that you had seen on the Drider when you guys had been trying to make your way here to meet Thronve. And Balor will quickly go on as he says, well, you see, amulets are crystallizations of anima. It's what happens when there is an overabundance of it in one spot that has accumulated for years, if not centuries. They're usually confused with the far less potent anima shards that you usually might find on the surface. Those anima shards like to attune to the elements that they pop up near, but amulets are powered directly by divine energy.
Oh, so these are more concentrated in a way.
Putting it rather plainly, I suppose.
Okay. I don't know what you've already would say here, other than just nod and pretend like she's interested. Or rather, she is interested, but she's just like not feeling it right now. But she is just gonna nod and go, are there different kinds of amleth depending on where you are in the Underdark?
I'll get to you in 1 second, Renard. I see
Okay,
your chat bubble.
No problem.
Happy.
It's all good.
And Valar will say, somewhat. Usually around Mithranve, you'll find pink and yellow and purple. You can find all over the Underdark, from what I'm told. The rarest are usually blue. You don't see those except closer to the Dark Heart or the closest settlement, which would be Ashvazara. Shit, how the f you say it?
Ashvashari.
Ashvashari. Renard, did you want to say something?
Yeah,
Or
so
do something?
While that's all going on, he walks up to the table with all of the different shards on there, or the amulets. And he's just, just letting the conversation go in the background as he just kind of like looks over them all, and kind of runs his paw over a couple of them. And when he finds a break in the conversation, he said, he goes on to say, just out of curiosity, you said these are divine powered, like God powers, like.
Yes, as Bellar turns directly to Taffy. Yes, it is. It is thought that they are charged with divine power from the demiurges themselves. Such as Ashmedai and Duraz, perhaps even Neferu, or any of the other ones.
That last one. Do you know what colors correspond to what?
From what? And he kind of opens. He grabs a book off of the little table he has and kind of flips through some of the pages. And eventually, he stops at one and says, "That I'm not sure. From what I've researched in the past, purple is associated with the Corvalcheris, our Spider Queen herself.
Marcellus looks very uncomfortable.
Oh.
And yellow is typically associated with Duraz, the god of the mountain, and pink usually belongs to Ashmedai, which, curiously enough, a lot of them started showing up near Mithranve some 400 years ago.
And these are only found down in the Underdark?
The more powerful concentrations, yes. As far as what gets to the surface, it's far less powerful and not nearly as concentrated, so they don't hold that divine energy as they do down here.
Question. I guess another question. Did you were listing off the colors earlier? Do you happen to know which one is the one for Neferu?
He consults his little journal again. Here we are. Neferu is silver, apparently.
Oh, so the same as okay. And as he says that, he's sort of fiddling with the clasp on his cloak. He immediately looks around for a silver one on the table.
There's not one to be seen. The only ones on the table are pink, yellow, and one purple.
Okay. He seems a little defeated. And then he turns around like, do you happen to have a copy of that book?
Of course not. These are my personal notes.
Oh, I mean, such as someone as established as you, I figured you might have published a book on it or something along those lines. My apologies.
There might be one floating around out there. I don't really remember.
Oh, I see. I just, I've heard so much about you. I wanted to, get like a first edition.
Oh, well, it's
I don't suppose you'd be willing to make a copy for me, if you have time, of course.
Perhaps I can have my little assistant, Valerie, and from another room, and I see your chat bubble, Marcellus. I'll get to you in a moment.
No worries.
I got you. And you see from another room this small kobold comes scampering in. She's has very dark blue scales, and she's wearing rather simple clothing as she kind of shifts her weight from foot to foot and says, yes, Mr. Balor. why don't you be a dear and take this book? And he'll hold it over to her. Make a copy for the nice tabaxi here. I'm sure it should only take you a couple of months. There's a lot in there.
He kind of slides on over to the kobold, and he's like, "Listen, you can always just mail it to me if you need to." Name's Taffy.
She looks up to you and is like, do you just want my job? I want to get the heck out of here.
Oh. I have made it worse. He's looking a little.
I will give you this book right now if you agree to take my job.
I can't quite do that. Oh.
She like gives this weird whine before she just like turns and goes to skulk back into the other room.
Tail's sort of flitting around. He figures he's caused enough damage. He's gonna be quiet now. It's like,
Nurse Shellis, what did you have on your mind?
So, first thing, he's going to look at the kobold and say audibly, "Gave my job to a lizard." That's what I was supposed to be by this point. You're just trying to reteach me prestidigitation. Gave my job to a lizard. He'll shake himself out of it. He clears his throat and he's like, "Oh, okay, Balor, holds up his hands. He's like, okay, not at the desk. He's like, on our way here, we happened, Taffy and I, and he'll gesture at the tabaxi. He'll say, we happened to come across an interesting machine. And I was wondering if you could explain to me the purpose of a machine like this being in the lower dark."
As you speak up, Narshalis, Balor's eyes like narrow as he looks from you to the desk, back to you, back to the desk,
He'll
back to
slowly
you.
walk over it.
But no. He doesn't say anything. And as you speak up and mention this machine, he's instantly kind of curious as he kind of leans towards you slightly. He says, What kind of machine did you find in the lower dark?"
Oh, it's really cool.
Well, okay. So from what I could tell, it was still running when we got there. This thing looks old as you. But it was covered in these glowing runes. I mean, Rush saw it too, but we couldn't figure out what language that it was in, and I couldn't tell what element of anima was going into it, but it was spitting out a different element.
I see your chat bubbles. I shall get to you guys here when I can.
They're popping
Oh,
up.
you're good.
And Balor scratches at his chin as he kind of thinks over what you've said, Narshalis. And he'll say, I've never heard of such a thing in the Underdark, or in the Lower Dark. Sounds like it might be something that would have come out of our kit. Are you sure your eyes just aren't messing with you if it was in a language you couldn't read?
I'm not imagining things.
I didn't say you were.
Could it be alchemical in nature? Taking one element and changing it into another in a different kind of form?
Taffy and I thought it was a giant air cooler, to be fair.
That's what it makes sense. Like, you saw how close we were to, like, that lava. What else could it have been?
Maybe a vent of some sort?
What was it doing?
Now I'm not like magically inclined. There shows it was like absorbing ambient anima, right? And changing it somehow.
Yeah, kind of. From what I could tell, it was just... I don't really know how to explain it. The anima that was coming out of it felt younger than the rest of it that was around us, if that makes sense. I know anima doesn't really have an age, but it felt newer and fresher.
Valor just kind of looks more and more confused as you all go, and he'll say, certainly never heard of anything like that. Perhaps one of these days, you'll have to show me where it is so I can get a better look at it.
I don't think he'd want to go down there.
Was there anything else you kind of wanted to bring up, Nershalis?
Nope, he's just gonna kind of try to wander around toward the bookshelves.
Yeah, you're definitely able to. Valor kind of leaves you be for the moment. And then, Yuvari, I know you had put up your bubble next.
Speaking of our findings, a group of us found a statue of some sorts while Taffy and Narshellis were trying to figure out the air cooler vent thingy that was happening on the other side of the cavern. And we discovered this writing, but I'm not sure what it means or who it was meant for. Could you remind me what the writing said? I thought I put it in my notes and I...
Yeah, maybe.
I have it if you need it.
Oh, I have it. I just found it. I'm sorry, but thank you. So the writing had said, as a reminder to the people of Imyon Thalore. Put that in chat again for you if you want to copy it.
Thank you. The writing also had
the name on it as well.
Oh, what name was that? I didn't have that.
Genesis.
Oh. Okay, so I think what more like on the edge. And that.
So the writing said, as a reminder to the people of Imyon Thalor, did I say that right? Imyon Thalor, Genesis, Thalore.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, there's supposed to be like a little accent over the E. I just can't. I don't know how to do it on my keyboard.
Oh, you're all good. Would you happen to know what that means, or if they are people that came before or lived in the lower dark, or anything ringing a bell for Genesis?
And at this, he kind of stares at you for a very long moment. Kind of perhaps partly thinking over what you had asked, and also partly wondering if you were insane. He's kind of like tilting his head one way, tilting it the other, as he seems to really be trying to kind of recollect his memory, kind of just see if he knows what it is you're talking about. And eventually he'll say, I have heard reports of these odd ruins that have been found all across the lower dark. Certainly predates anything the Drow have built, and we've been around for many thousands of years already.
I'll try to win that argument.
But very little is known about it, other than we're aware there was some other sort of civilization before us. As for what they were doing or why, we have no idea.
So there are no historical records except the ruins.
Unfortunately.
No writings, nothing?
No, from what I understand, most of the writing in the language that's left down there is not decipherable by most means. Any writing we have found that we were able to comprehend was usually a mess, as half of it was worn off.
Hmm.
Sorry, I'm thinking.
Well, you're okay. Well then while you think, Arca, was there something you wanted to bring up? Or ask about?
Yes. I turn to this middle-aged drow and ask him, do you know of anything that may, say, cause a god to become unusually agitated or withdrawn or anything of the like?
Ooh, that's a good question. I totally forgot about the whole Garuda thing.
Yeah, it's on his mind, so.
Aw. So I just want so you're asking if he knows anything about why a god would act that way?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. And at that question, he tilts his head to one side and says, well, as far as the Qua Valsharess goes, whether she likes or dislikes you sort of changes on a whim, according to whatever she's feeling that particular day. I know often she's pleased with sacrifices and prayer and worship and bloodshed in her name. And she's often displeased for those who go against her wishes, don't listen to her, or try to bring Drow back from the dead.
People
Really?
bring Drow back from the dead? Sorry, I interrupted you there.
It's nothing. It's just an old sort of unspoken law that you shouldn't try to raise Drow from the dead, as when we die, we become spiders to serve the Qua Valsharess in eternal afterlife.
Oh. And so bringing one... How would one try to bring one back from the dead, then? Like, polymorph them back into a drow?
And he suddenly looks very curious, like, I'd never thought about that, actually. That's quite fascinating.
Please don't give him ideas.
He just flips around and his tits.
I didn't know.
He's suddenly looking at the spider on Marcellus' shoulder.
Zestra, like, that's only like a third level slot. It's fine.
Marcellus like raises his hand up to like block Zestra from view.
But no. Usually it's more through necromancy. By returning their soul to their drow body, you then leave the spider one without a soul. It's unclear what would happen in this case, but you are taking something from Lolth, and she gets very angry when you take things from her that belong to her.
I see. So essentially, wronging a god somehow could perhaps cause that.
And he then kind of blinks, and his gaze kind of seems to shift from you guys to something far beyond him for a moment. And he then looks over at Narcellus and suddenly says, Narcellus, you should be studying your prestidigitation.
What? What?
No, get, come on, let's go. Let's get you sat back down. You know, it has been so long since I've seen you. Where have you been?
Are you okay, dude?
he's gone over and is trying to like herd Narcellus back over to the desk. And as you speak up, Arca, he looks back at you and he looks confused as he says, "Oh, who are all your friends?"
Oh.
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 Hi, I'm Taffy.
And I will say, Narcellus just raises his hands and he just says, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. And he's going to raise a hand to Valar and he's going to cast Polymorph.
Oh no!
Look what I learned.
Wait.
What saving throw does he need to make? I think it is a saving throw. A wisdom
it's
save.
wisdom,
Oh
yeah.
He's
boy.
going to be attempting to cast Polymorph to turn him into a frog.
Oh no! Hold on, I have to. Oh, pull this up. Let's see.
Uh-oh.
Probably. Okay.
He's a level 20 wizard, so I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Will the
He's-
student surpass the master?
He's either got a lot of it or a lot of wisdom. He might have both. He probably has both.
Probably has 20 points invested. 80 points.
Oh, gee, yeah.
Oh.
Oh. That'll do it.
So,
He wills
And then
himself to
ourselves
not.
they're in jail.
so what?
It's like, that's not how you do it. It's like this.
God, Taffy. So Narcellus, as you lift your hand and you channel your anima into this spell to attempt to cast Polymorph on him, you stand there for a moment and nothing happens. And Battler is kind of looking at you and suddenly says, "Oh, are you trying to cast Polymorph?"
Oh,
No. Look, you do it like this.
Yes.
And he'll lift his hand to. Hold on. Let's see. He lifts his hand to Taffy.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Oh, no.
I fail my save.
He turns you into a spider.
And I'm back.
Now, question: Does he just like poop and there's just a spider dangling in the air, or is he already on the ground?
No, like his body like shrinks and like all of his gear and that like melds into him basically, and then yeah, he's just the spider on the ground.
You hear, oh, no, not again.
I just kind of go, oh, by the father, not again. I lean down and like immediately hands outstretched to Spider Taffy 2.0. Like, okay, come on, you
Just-
come on my head again.
Angry
Y'all
squeaking
both
as I
give
just
us strength.
Because like once again, he's like stumbling around like he wasn't ready. He has to re-get used to it, so he just stumbles up to your hand, and you just angry spider noises.
At least you can chat with Zestra again.
True.
Oh man.
I'm keeping
Okay.
you in my hands though because I do not want a second concussion. If that's okay.
You just see him flailing his little spider legs around.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
Staring at Spider Taffy, dumbfounded, with his jaw open, you see all his pointy teeth. He just looks at Balor, like, incredulously, and he just goes, okay, that's it. And he raises his hands up, and I want him to cast Prestidigitation. Because I want him to just... he's going to cast 3 at once. And it's going to be a shower of sparks all up in this man's face. Like, there's a light rave going on around him.
Oh my
And
god.
everything is suddenly, like, there's just water everywhere in this space.
Oh.
And he just stares at Bauer. He's like, see? Prestidigitation. See? I cast it. Is this good enough for you, man?
Oh my god.
God, Balor, looking rather proud of himself as he's polymorphed Taffy. And before he can even say anything, Narcellis, you cast Prestidigitation in his face, making this shower of sparks. And what else? Like, the room is, like, full of water? Or seems to be full of water?
The ground is, like, covered in water in this 10-foot space.
Mhm.
And also the lights are just, like, going full rave on and off.
Yeah. So you start doing all of this. And, everyone can see this. That's happening.
He's just losing his fucking I'm sorry.
And Balor, like, blinks and widens his eyes, and he says, "Oh, Narcellis, you've done it! Oh, it's only taken you 5 years."
He's turning physically just this dark plum color. You see the veins in his head just about to burst, and he just looks at Resh, and like his purple eyes are starting to turn like this pinkish color, and he just
God.
lifts his hands up like he's gonna wrap them around this man's neck.
And Resh will quickly step forward and puts a hand on Narcellis' shoulder very, very firmly, as he kind of, like, forces him to stay where he is. And he'll say to Balor, "Thank you, Master Balor, for everything you have taught Narcellis. I think that we have somewhere else we have to be."
I'm sorry, this is metaphorically raising my hand.
Yeah, what's up?
Yavari, after seeing that whole interaction between Balor and then him just suddenly drifting off into space, she can't help but wonder if it's just his old age or if there's something else a little more, maybe not sinister, but maybe a spell or some type of thing that makes him forget when he's talking about a certain subject.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just a note. I don't know what I can do with that information. Just
make an insight check for me.
Boy.
You know what? We're gonna use our anima shard for this.
Alright.
I don't know.
For the funsies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the
Do it.
Please
For the
don't
funsies.
disappoint me.
Oh, good thing you did.
Yay!
Yes.
Dirty 20. Alright. So kind of watching the way Balor just kind of drifts off for a brief moment before it seems like he's completely forgotten that you're all there, or that you were all there. You try to kind of study him at the moment, and you're not really picking up on anything that might be kind of magically influencing him. And you kind of just take a cursory glance around the room, wondering if maybe anything in here might be causing this weird memory loss. And between that and how he apparently thinks Narshella still doesn't know how to cast Prestidigitation, and you can't help but notice. Actually, hold on. I need to ask Bela a quick question.
My first instinct is to look for the spiders in the room.
The answer to that question is yes, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, other than Taffy and Zestra, there are like a number of them, crawling over some of the books, and there's one that seems to have crawled up from the underside of the table, holding the crystals on it, that's kind of peering at you guys from the edge of the table. They're all rather small, probably only the size of your palm, the largest in this room. Also, Bela, please check your Discord.
Well, I said the answer to that question is yes.
Oh, I did not hear you say that. I'm sorry. Okay. And so, Yavari, as you're looking around the room, seeing the spiders, you also see that there's a number of plants hanging all around the space, which is kind of odd, considering there's no sunlight down here, but with the odd colors and shapes that they are, you can safely assume that they're likely made for growing here in the Underdark. And one of them is this green sort of moss that's growing out of one of these of a pot that's sitting in a windowsill. And you can't help but to think it looks very similar to a plant you had seen back in Eastoft.
Oh
Oh.
When you had
immediately turned to Nurse Stella's when I nudge him with my elbow and point at the moss.
He doesn't, he's nudged, but he's still in I want to murder this man mode. Like, Resh is standing between him and his first kill.
Oh, for fuck's sake. That's okay.
Go on, touch
not
it.
Good.
This is not good.
I'm not gonna touch it,
No,
actually.
just touch it. It's fine.
Where's Toe's bag of holding?
It is. It's on her belt.
Mm-hmm.
Is it safe to put the moss in the bag of holding? Side note.
You have to touch the moss to put it in the bag of holding.
Also, then you get all the stuff inside.
Yeah, it would get all over everything.
Oh, damn.
Could burn it.
Smoke, fumes, love that.
I'm not about to set fire in the middle of this castle with a very scary lady, and it just doesn't seem safe. And I promised I was going to be on my best behavior. But
Wow.
I do notice the moss and immediately freak out about it, but I just is that the only thing that's causing the kind of memory loss that's happening here?
Yes.
Okay. Who put up these plans? They're lovely. Do you study them?
Yes, from time to time. I wouldn't recommend touching that one. That is Obliviax. It will steal your memories if you touch it.
Turn and look at this plant. And he just sort of stares at it dumbfoundedly. And then looks at you.
Sorry, go ahead.
And
have you... Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
Have you touched the Obliviax?
Of course. I know what it does.
This bitch doesn't want to remember shit.
Very visceral. Oh my god. You can hear it coming from Yavari at that exact moment when he said he touched.
He like walks a little close to Yavari and he leans in like he's about to tell you a secret and he says, "The reason," and he even like lowers his voice to this very like theatrical kind of whisper.
Oh my goodness.
The only reason I'm still alive is because Loth has no interest in me serving her as a spider. And that's because I have nothing good worth eating. And it's because of this, as he gestures to the Obliviax.
Clever.
I have no worthy memories. She doesn't want me dead.
The Obliviax copium.
Narcellus just sort of speaks up after him and he's like, "Oh yeah, you're like 1,500 years old, aren't you?"
1,531 to be exact.
Man, Rush, we have got to get you out of the Underdark, man.
So it's a safety measure for you?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And he'll look back at Narcellus. Narcellus!
No, not again.
Rush, I'm gonna kill him! And he just like lunges for Balor with his little clawed fingers. Oh my god.
No, Narcellus, you cast prestidigitation!
Yes, I did. I've been casting it for 5 fucking years. And you know what else I can cast? I can cast Fireball. I can cast it right now in this room. Right now. And he like raises his hand up into the air and points his finger down at the ground. He's like, I can cast it right now.
Narcellus, please.
Squeaks
Rush
in
grabs. Rush grabs your wrist.
Really want to... I don't think pissing off the inhabitants of this castle will do us any good.
Just please,
do you want to deal with this spirit?
Just can we cast it one time? Just one little fireball. Just one little fireball.
You can cast a fireball when we're out of the Underdark, okay? You get one.
Don't do it.
He's like trying to pull his wrist back from Resh and eventually gives up and just like hangs there in his grip.
And Resh will say to Balor, yes, and Narcellus shall be continuing his studies back in Philisera. As he then lets Narcellus go and kind of like nudges him for the door. And Balor says, "Oh, well, that's a shame. But very well. I mean, you're more than welcome at any time. And Rush, you really should go see Ashai. I think she's been rather missing you lately." I shall keep that in mind. As he gestures everyone to the door.
You have 3 chat bubbles.
Oh God, do I? Yavari, did you? Oh, you're fine. Did you still want to say something or do something, Yavari?
Oh, Ivar was gonna ask about the ruins, but I feel like it's a little too late in the conversation at this point after Happy spider, and he has Obliviax afflicting him.
I mean, you're still welcome to ask.
Another thing about the ruins before we leave, there were a couple of statues of this kind of androgynous god person thing with a sun disk. Would you happen to know anything about that? Does that ring a bell for you?
not at all.
Okay, awesome.
What sort of sun disk do you mean?
Well, not a sun disk per se, but the statue was more like a androgynous winged creature with a sun on it. And I was wondering if that would happen to be any god that we would recognize now.
The only god I know of that's described with wings would be Christ. But as far as I knew, the sun symbol was usually used for Sophis. And it's, from what I understand, it's apparently plastered all over Idfu.
You're right. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you for indulging me and my curiosity.
Of course. And, I'll be happy to take on another student. And you hear from the other room, you hear the little kobold shouting, "Just keep telling him no, unless you want my job. I will gladly give you my job, please. I don't want to have to copy this entire book for the next 2 months."
I believe in you, kid.
I can't help. I'm a
Thank
spider.
you. Thank you for the generous offer, but I already have a mentor. Thank you.
Very well. Okay, then Argo, was there anything else you wanted to say, do, ask?
Yes. One, I guess, personal question. Have you ever heard of people, spontaneously developing uncontrollable magic?
Oh.
Narcellus immediately just turns around. He's like, "Arca, we should go."
Wait. What sort of magic?
Arca, we should go.
Ark is like, I'm like looking between like Narcellus and, oh shit, what's his name again?
Balor.
Balor. I'm just like looking between Narcellus, Balor, and curiosity wins out. And well, it's oh, I'm hearing my own voice on someone else's thing, and it's like distracting me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It varies. Sometimes vine, sometimes teleporting weapons. It's you never know what's gonna happen. That kind of uncontrollable.
Hey, I've never heard of uncontrollable magic like that, but young Narcellus here, as he reaches over and like pats Narcellus on the shoulder. Narcellus was sent to me to train because he had suddenly developed magical abilities. Certainly, it's never been anything out of his control, as far as I'm aware.
Narcellus just sort of looks at Arca with this "I wanted to leave" face.
Arca like bows his head apologetically. He had to know. Well, okay. Just wanted to ask that.
Very well. And then Yulia, since you got your chat bubble up.
Yeah. The only question I have is I approach I approach Balor, Taffy in hand, and I just hold out the spider to him. Like, before we go, is there any possible way, good sir, that you could turn my friend back to his original form?
No, I'm stuck like this forever now.
Sure. Put him down on the table over there.
Uh-oh.
As he points over to the little desk Narcellus was at and picks up the book, so it's
Oh no.
a clear table.
Oh, I thought he was gonna pick up the book and slam it out.
I walk over and place I just lower my hands as to make a ramp of my hands onto the table for Taffy.
Do you go onto the table, Taffy?
I will walk onto the table. Scared.
So you get on the table, and hold on.
Oh boy.
This poor dumb cat.
This poor dumb cat.
It's a spider cat now.
Spider cat.
Spider cat.
Listen,
Does whatever a spider cat does.
Oh no.
Oh, the chat bubble's dead apparently.
The chat bubble died.
Arca died.
If you just select it and then hit delete on your keyboard, it'll get rid of it. There you go.
Simply expired.
And you're just sitting there, Taffy, kind of looking up at Balor. Balor holds the book.
No. No.
No.
No.
And then he lifts it and slams it down on top of you.
Very panicky, running around.
Come back here.
Is it possible for me to kind of try to lunge forward as I see him raising the book?
Uh-oh.
All of Arca's feathers go on it.
So Balor's first hit misses as Taffy dodges out of the way, and he lifts the book again, slams it down on top of Taffy.
Boom. You see the sickening crunch.
As the spider gets smushed. And then all of a sudden, Balor is pushed back as Taffy suddenly reappears from the spot of the spider.
just bent over the table, half of him is on the table, his head's just dropped off the other half onto the floor. just not moving.
I am just now clutching my chest like I'm trying to keep it from jumping out of my body. It's like, oh, thank the Father. And I just kind of just let out a breath of Jesus.
Magic guy.
You good, Taffy? You've had a day. I say as I pat his shoulder.
He lets out this kind of distressed squeak that almost sounds like a meow. He's like, I have experienced what it's like to be crushed by a book. That's not something I ever thought I would ever experience. And I don't want to experience it. Yes!
I just wanted to make sure. Now you got me curious.
I thought I died!
Did you see the light?
Oh, I saw something look like a book right to my face.
Jesus Christ.
Do you know how many eyes a spider has?
I love this campaign.
Do you know how many books I saw coming at me? Why would you let him do that?
I thought he was going to just snap his fingers or something and you'll just suddenly appear. I didn't know he was going to just slam a bug on top of you. I am sorry.
Guys, not to break up this happy reunion, but maybe we should get out before he returns Taffy into a spider.
Excellent idea. Bam.
We all just run for the door.
Taffy's trying to scramble off the table, fails, just falls onto the floor, tries to pick himself up and just fumbles for the door.
Kimura uses expeditious retreat straight out the door.
It's like, well, we're gone.
The minute that they are outside of that door and Narcellus closes it, he just looks at everybody, silent for a minute, and just goes, I don't ever want to hear any of you ask me what's wrong with me ever again.
He willingly touches Obliviax. I get it now.
He'll just start making his way back down the stairs into the main foyer. Everyone will follow him.
Oh yeah, he'll.
Yeah.
We're
Unless
all
you want to
going.
stay and play with the crazy guy.
Absolutely. You're expending an action to take a full dash down the stairs.
Can I?
Yeah.
I almost want to use a spell, even though it counts as a bonus action.
What spell?
Oh, hold on, I'll link it.
I mean, when you're not in combat, like, action or bonus action doesn't really matter.
Oh.
No.
Hold on. If I can remember how to do things.
Okay.
Let it go.
I mean, if you wanna, it helps you move faster.
Whoosh.
All right, so I just give a short whistle, and everyone can see on Yulia's heels these kind of ribbons just appears on their ankles, and suddenly they are moving very fastly, almost taking it down like 3 steps at a time downstairs.
Just whoosh. Why didn't you use this when we were going up the stairs?
I forgot I had it.
Oh.
No. Eventually, you all make your way all the way down the stairs again. It's thankfully not nearly as exhausting as going up some 12.5 flights of stairs, if not more. But eventually, you make your way back down to the very ground floor. And as you all do, Resh will speak up and say, I think it is best we just leave.
You just hear Taffy like lean backwards, and you just hear this cracking as he like snaps his back into place.
Oh my god. Need a healing elixir or something? Like,
No,
That's
I
probably
can.
the best.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, this was not one of my better requests. Oh, man. Spider twice in one
Poor
day.
Poor Taffy.
As so you all say this, and it seems there's pretty much agreement throughout the whole party to just leave.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
We got our lore.
Yeah, right. So Resh will start leading you all towards the same way you would come in, back towards the main entrance. And just with the path you had gone through, you have to pass through the large room you'd been in before, where you had spoken with Hilarine and Ashai. And as you step into the room, it thankfully seems that Hilarine is gone. But Ashai is still here, sitting at one of the sofas, and you see she's accompanied now by a small child, a small drow child.
A baby.
The baby.
It is a very young girl, probably much younger than Narcellus by her physical appearance. And as you all enter into the room, Ashai and the young drow look up, and you see the young girl looks very similar to Ashai with black skin, but she has this very deep crimson hair that very much resembles the hair tone of Resh and Narcellus both.
Ooh.
And she's kind of peering over at you all with these curious red eyes. And Ashai stands up as you all enter, and her gaze is mostly focused on Resh, whom seems a little, perhaps, tense or anxious as he approaches. And as he does so, she'll say, "Oh, did everything go all right with Bella?" And Resh will just hesitate to respond as he says, "Bella is still Bella." Right. And she'll kind of look over all of you and then ask, "Oh, are you all leaving already?"
So Narcellus will look from Ashai to this little drow child, and yet, yes, she's addressing everyone, mainly Resh, but he's going to sort of close the gap between himself and this tiny girl.
She's probably half your height. Probably looks about half your age as well, but for elves, she's probably much older than you are. Yeah, and she looks up at you.
They age about the same.
Oh, fair.
They just have weird. And anyway.
Yeah.
And he looks down at this child. And he's still for a minute, just looking at her. And from the back, which I'm assuming everyone's looking at him from the back, he just pauses. And he tenses up. And glancing at the two parents, and then glancing at her, his demeanor slips, and he half jumps at her.
Does he actually jump at her, or
leans forward very, very quickly, in that sort of manner.
Oh god.
As you do so, she jumps suddenly, and then bares her teeth at you as she hisses.
He will bare his teeth and hiss back, and jump at her again.
Is that normal? What's happening over there?
At that point, oh, go ahead, Anna. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I think they're playing.
At that point, she will jump at you, or she'll lunge at you and try to bite your arm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say that she bites his arm, and you just hear this, God! Just, lifts her up off of the ground and tries to, sling her off.
That does look like playing. There seems to be an understanding that affection equals violence.
Oh, you little freak! I'm gonna eat you back!
She quickly lets go as you shake her off. And she says, "Yo, you have to catch me first!" And then takes off.
And he will just chase her.
And there he goes.
Y'all go running out the other doors.
Do we go? I don't know how to get out of here.
Resh and Ashai both were kind of watching the two, and then watch them run off. And then Resh will kind of look back towards Taffy, and he'll say, "It's fine. This is very standard behavior for drow children."
Oh, okay. It's as long as he'll be fine, right?
He'll be bitten quite a few times, I'm sure, but he'll be fine.
Ah, yeah,
Probably
that's fine.
Bruises, probably a knife wound. It's fine.
Oh,
roughhousing.
Yeah.
She has very good teeth then.
Taffy kind of relaxes a bit. You know, hissing is a little, it's not something that I associate a lot with, playing.
That's how the urchin children in Idfu establish dominance over territory.
Oh my god.
Ah.
They hiss at one another?
No, roughhouse. Hissing can be
roughhouse.
involved.
Okay.
No.
Just everyone hisses.
I had to beat up a couple of kids in my time. As a kid, not as an adult.
1 second.
I just imagine Yavari I beat up some kids in my time, just like cuts back to like, a month ago, just kicking the crap out of some.
Just punching a kid over a wall.
Punching this kid, yeah. It's like, take that, you little shit.
I mean, yes. No, little kid Yavari. Establishing dominance among the street urchin children. By
as you do, as you have to do.
wrestling them and stealing the bread off of their plate. And then running away.
As one does.
As one does.
So do we wait here for Nishalis to just be done? How long does roughhousing take?
Until someone goes down.
Oh.
Shy will kind of speak up and say, we'll probably be back in a few minutes.
Tavi kind of nervously looks around. He's now paranoid of just becoming a spider. It's like, anyone else want to cast polymorph on me?
Poor Taffy.
Beat him up!
And then at that moment, kind of Ashai turns her attention to Resh as she says, so you are leaving? And you all might kind of see Resh, shift his posture slightly as he's just taken his... It looks like he wants to take his usual stance, but his hands are at his sides. An oddly relaxed position for him as he responds to her. Yes, fortunately we were merely passing through Mithron Bay. Oh. And you kind of see, she averts her gaze off to the side. I was worried when we had heard the news from Philisera, and I was rather glad to see you're okay. You see, Resh, straightens up his shoulders as he takes, the slow breath. And, before he can say anything, the doors that Nershellis and the Drow child had run through swing open again as she comes running back into the room, looking rather proud of herself. She says,
Atta girl.
Mom, I bit that half-drow a whole lot!
I look over at Taffy and point, and we know who won.
Dang. Glad I didn't make a bet on that. I would have lost.
Then I'm sure, Nershellis, you kind of come wandering in after a moment.
He lumbers in. You guys see a couple bruises. There's some bite marks. He looks unhappy.
Oh.
She, the kid herself looks like she has, a bite mark or two on her arms, but otherwise seems completely fine. And Ashai will just reach down and kind of gently, pat her head as she looks back over to Nershellis with this sort of, sympathetic look on her face. She says, are you okay?
And he just scoffs and like waves his hand at her like, it's fine. I've had far worse. I have 2 sisters her age.
Oh, right. And she'll look back up to Resh. Then will you be back sometime again? And Nershella, since you're not standing behind Resh, you can see the look on his face is odd. You're not used to him showing a lot of his emotions, but he has kind of this mixed expression of both something like nervousness and guilt. As he says to Ashai, I don't know when I'll be back. There's a lot going on following the events from Philisera. I see. Well, I hope to see you again someday.
And Nershellis will kind of stand there for a minute and just watch the two. And after a minute, he's gonna go, Resh, actually, do you have a minute?
He kind of looks at you and says, suppose.
Come here a minute. Ashai, these are our traveling companions. You should. They're normal. And
They're
just sort of.
We're normal
for a moment.
Taffy has kind of like squatted down to like eye level with the child drow. He's got his little his little kitty face on. He's just staring right now. He's not he's gonna wait for her to come to him.
Rush kind of wanders over to Narshellis as Ashai looks over the rest of the party. And Taffy, as you've kind of lowered yourself down to this child's height, she looks over at you and like she's still quite a few feet away, but she kind of leans over and like narrows her eyes, like she's looking at you kind of suspiciously. She says, is that his pet tabaxi?
Oh
my god!
Yeah, don't
But
worry.
we can turn him to a spider if you'd like.
Oh, I can't do that yet, like Ilhares, but I'm gonna one day. I'll get to turn everyone into spiders.
Oh boy.
And I believe you.
I believe you. And Taffy just waves and he's like, I'm a real good pet. Don't worry, I'm very tame. I don't bite. I'm very well behaved.
You don't bite? What kind of pet are you?
Oh.
I love her.
He just kind of doesn't know how to respond to that.
Shai will like gently just pat her daughter as she says to Taffy, "My apologies. Vashrina is still learning a lot."
No, that was my fault. I walked right into that.
So, where is it then you all are going to?
Taffy looks to the rest of the party because he does not want to answer that question.
It's complicated.
I see.
It may behoove others involved if if someone starts asking questions. The less you know, the better it might be.
Oh, okay.
Resh might be able to tell you though.
She kind of just leaves it at that as she kind of glances over towards where Resh had walked off far to the side with Nershellis kind of out of everyone's earshot. But she doesn't really speak up anything else for the moment. Unless anyone...
I'll
Yes.
I'll sort of step forward and I guess a little closer to her and say kind of quietly like are you all right? I'm the thing earlier with the snake whip. I'm a healer if you need any help or.
Shy at first looks confused as you ask if she's okay. And as you mention the whip her mother had raised at her, she just shakes her head as she kind of like holds her arms close to her chest and she says, oh no, I'm fine. That's just a ill harass. It's not a problem.
You're sure? You're not hurt? I mean, I wouldn't mind if.
No, they didn't bite me this time.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry?
No, I just said I don't know if Tove knows how to respond to that.
And Ashai will continue with my mother and I just don't really see eye to eye. She thinks me some curse from Lolth.
Oh, well, you don't seem like a curse to me, so.
I'm just... And she kind of at this moment sits back down on the couch, the sofa that she'd been at before, and her young daughter, Vashrina, kind of goes and wanders off to go find something to do. And Ashai will say, it's more I am rather physically incapable of doing many sorts of things a proper daughter and priestess of Lol thought to do.
And Tove will sort of cock her head to the side as she listens, nod, and say, well, I'm sure what you may, for lack of a better word, lack in some areas, you make up in others. I mean, you seem to be quite smart and a good mother.
She smiles very briefly at you. She says, thanks. But she just seems a little awkward or embarrassed now at this point. Is there anyone else who wanted to ask her anything?
No, Taffy is... Yeah, she's
Yeah. Well, Then, Narshalis.
Yes.
Hi. Is there anything Narshalis wanted to talk to Resh about? It's getting very
Yeah. What'd you say?
I said, even though it's getting very late.
I know, and he just wanted to have a small talk.
Mhm.
And he will kind of drag Resh over to the side and really just looking at the two with the rest of the group over there. He'll look up at him and he'll say, this makes me very upset. He will say, you should stay here.
Oh. And Resh
Oh.
looks rather confused at that. As he looks down at you, Narshalis. And he'll just say, I mean, you had asked for me to come with you.
And I want you to, more than anything, but I can tell how. I saw the look you had on your face when she was talking to you. And do you want to stay here?
Damn.
Like, looking up at him, like, you can tell, like, this physically hurts Narshella.
Like, Resh is looking back down at you with this very just conflicted look on his face. Like, he's very unsure of how he wants to respond to that. And he'll kind of voice his thoughts aloud as he says, well, of course, there's always a part of me that wants to stay here, yet there's part of me that wants to stay with you and go with you to make sure that you stay safe. But I know I would never be able to ask her to leave, not with her position in this house.
And he just kind of lowers his head a little, and his eyes are on the floor, and he says, if you want to stay, I won't hold it against you. I understand. You have people here too that need you. It's not just me.
Oh god!
Oh.
Only I'm allowed to make you guys upset like this.
Oh, how the turns.
Not allowed to be the other way around.
Not allowed to be the
DM got DM.
What's Resh gonna do? What's he gonna do?
What's he gonna do?
Resh is silent as he seems to kind of be weighing his options. And he'll quietly say to Narshalis, Perhaps if like he sighs, kind of frustrated with his choosing of words as he tries to like start again. If, well, I would like stay. I don't know. I don't know. No, shall I say?
And his expression is very. Hold on, I need to look up a synonym.
Aww.
Crestfallen. In that he shakes his head and says, "No, you should want to stay with them. It's fine. It's fine. Just it's all right." And he kind of just turns back toward everybody, and like you can tell, like his brows are like pinched together, and his mouth is very thin. He's trying not to be a selfish person, but he's hurt.
And as you turn away from Resh, he'll kind of quickly like reach for your arm, not quite like grabbing onto you, but wanting you to stop. As he'll just quietly say, give me some time to think this over. Please.
If any part of you wants to stay with your children, you probably should. I don't want to be the person that separates you from them. And he'll just sort of look at the hand that like nearly touched him and then up at Resh. And like, especially given their previous conversation, he's a little blank. And he just says, I'm gonna go make sure everything's alright.
Resh just quietly nods as his hand like falls back to his side.
And Marcellus will kind of take a semi-deep breath and just go and stand very quietly with the rest of the group.
That's where we're gonna end the session tonight because I need to go to bed. I'm sorry,
I need to go cry.
but also I need to go cry. But anyways, thank you all for joining us tonight, for being here with us, and we shall find out next time what happens when we meet back up next Saturday.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So
Alrighty.
until then, have a good night, everyone, and take care.
Yeah, you as well. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Good night.
All right. Thank you all for sticking around. Do appreciate it. Man. Oh, man. Keaton charge. Oh, dang. Oh, close to a Keaton. Man, just Starion's finding ways for us to, like, no, you will not adopt NPCs. I will find a way. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, we'll have to see what happens next time. Next Saturday. So just as a reminder, I will not be streaming this week. But I will be getting back to it next Saturday. And then we'll, continue from there. But I do appreciate it. Good night, Reggie. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Until next time, take it easy and stay safe out there in those Fey Wilds.